Yes. Okay, and so is it the Hilton Honors meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and are we using the promo code that?
Actually, can you see it?
Yeah.
It's probably going to be delayed now, and then just give me a thumbs up if you see it.
AUS as in Austin, AA as in
AAUSA.
I think it's the
Good?
US.
I thought.
Well, the unlicensed right now, the PowerPoint is not responding. What's that? Yeah, okay, there it goes. All right. Okay, so welcome everybody. Thanks for coming. This is now the second hybrid EMWCon we've done. As you can tell, there's a little technical glitches we're getting out of the way, but we are now hosting in-person people. Thanks for coming, and remote people from all over the world, hopefully. So a lot of this conference, you'll see me having to go back and forth in between the hallway and here for remote conference guests or presenters, but it's kind of the same thing as last year. First of all, I'd like to thank our sponsors, WikiTech, WikiWorks, and Wikibase Solutions for premier sponsorship, and contributor sponsors are Knowledge Management Associates, Data Specs, Technosis, Wiki Conference North America, and the coordination thanks to MediaWiki Stakeholders Group. If you go to the conference page on MediaWiki.org, you'll see the links to all of them. Please go take a look, click through, check out all their web pages. And again, thanks for our sponsors. And thanks everybody that came in person. That's great, you made it. And thanks for everybody that's logging in online. Looking good? Okay. So some quick in-person logistics. Breakfast today, you already hopefully figured out. You bring your little voucher if you're a hotel guest. If not, you can go up to the front office and get one. Same thing for Friday. Tomorrow's breakfast will be served in here, and all other meals will be served in here as well. One quick note for us again here, bathrooms straight out the back hallway here, first door on your left. We can go in and out these doors here, but for noise, if we can keep them closed and ideally use that back door, it'd be better. Beverage and coffee is served all day back here. Our audio setup is really sensitive, so both the mics that we're going to be using throughout the day really do pick up any kind of audio and noise from the audience. So that's great for questions. We probably don't need to have you come all the way up to the front, but we will also be picking you up if you're talking. So please keep it to a minimum. You know, jump in the hallway if you want to have a deeper conversation. Wi-Fi password. It's on the wall over here, but it's up here as well, AUSAA, all caps. You can join any of the networks that say Hilton something, and you'll probably have decent service. Just go ahead and scroll down and click. I have a promo code to get you the higher speed internet access. So if you're going to be a speaker at the conference and you're remote, or in person, please email your own. You should have received an email from him about hop in if you're remote, but go ahead and email him with your presentation. We're going to be using this laptop for all conference presentations, and then he'll be able to take the your PowerPoint or whatever slide deck and put it on the desktop here. So some in-person events. Again, for the people here, tonight, Wednesday, we have a social night. There's some options that we have depending on the weather, if it rains or not, and I think we can talk about it over lunch today to see kind of where we land there. Tomorrow night, Thursday, we're having the social dinner at the Iron Cactus. It's part of your conference package. There's going to be plenty of food, so please do show up, and there's free drinks. So. What's that? Open bar, yeah. So with that being said, please coordinate carpooling if you intend on drinking. If we're all drinking, maybe we can just coordinate on Ubers. Friday night, there's going to be a social night for anybody that hasn't left yet, and we can kind of figure that out together later in the week. So for the platforms that we're going to be using, you're seeing it on
how we use this previously
for hybrid and virtual presentations. It's also going to be simulcast on YouTube. That should be live now. Element is what we're using for chats and messaging, and all those links on page MediaWiki.org. The link's there, but you probably all know how to get there because that's why you're here. And we'll be collecting question and answers. I'll talk about that a little bit more on kind of every platform and directing it to the speakers after they're done. So the conference schedule is again available on both the Hopin platform and MediaWiki.org, but MediaWiki.org is the source of truth. So any disparities there, that's the one to trust, but we'll try to keep them both up to date. Our morning talks are mostly centered around the European folk, just for timing, but we have 2 full days of pretty exciting talks we're excited about today and tomorrow. There's 2 full panels, one on MediaWiki administration, that'll be directly after lunch today, and then one on wikis and AI, and that's after lunch tomorrow. And then we're grateful that our keynote is here with us, Cindy Chicklees, and she'll be giving a talk on measuring MediaWiki usage. The last day, Friday, there won't be any presentations, and it won't be broadcast on the Hopin platform, although we will keep open some of the session rooms, and we can open more if needed if anybody remote wants to join in, but it'll be a Create Camp, and the topics there we can discuss later and come up with some ideas to work on together. So session rooms as a part of Hopin, there's the main stage that's if you're watching me now, that's what you're seeing it on, and then there's sessions that anybody, including people in the room or remote, can join at any time or during breaks to chat. There's the Boot Barn and the Cowboy Saloon for our Texas themed conference. They are not recorded, so you can talk all you want, share whatever you want. Anybody can log in and share their screen if they want to show everybody else what they're working on. But if there's ever a need for something new or a breakout room for somebody, we can go ahead and create one for you. Okay, so questions for the conference. Like I said, we're going to be monitoring all the platforms and then feeding the speaker the questions. So for Hopin, YouTube, and Element, you can ask questions anytime, and we'll get it to the Q&A part at the end for the speakers. In person, if you can, just raise your hand, and we'll go ahead, Jeffrey.
Speaking of which, Charlie's reporting that the PowerPoints are not updated for him on Hopin. You can only see your.
How is it on YouTube?
Oh, that's true.
Same thing. It's not.
So where am I on? I might need to just stop sharing, and it's not too bad because I'm basically just. But thank you, Charlie. I will try to do this again.
Working before the next in-person.
Yeah, it could be that maybe if you are going to be a speaker, doing it as a PDF instead of a slide deck would work better. And it'll take a bit to kind of catch up here.
Oh, it's probably sharing the wrong window. It's probably. Did you
but that's the no. I'm sharing. I think I'm sharing the.
Yeah, there's the slides window, and the presentation.
Oh, okay.
Window.
Okay.
Maybe it's better. Your whole screen or just one window or what?
Yeah, hold on.
Or if I did run. No, you did.
Tell me how that looks.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you for that that question. That's perfect. There might be some.
Wait, hold on. Now it's frozen. Oh no, it's back. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, the slides disappeared.
The slides disappeared, but that's all right.
Okay.
But that's because we clicked
Yeah. So, and there also is around 1 to 8 second delay between what I'm saying here and sometimes what Hopin will show and you'll be hearing. So kind of annoying, but we've worked with it before. So yeah, in person, raise your hand if it's an immediate question, or wait till the end, and then you can voice your questions during the Q&A portion. And we'll try to answer all questions, or have the speaker answer all questions, but we do have a schedule to keep, so we will capture all the questions and then feed it to the speaker, and we can have him or her answer it in the EMWCon room, or somehow get the answer back out to you. And there we go. So the final thanks are to all the conference organizers. Yaron Karen in the room here is the program chair, and Jeffrey Wang, the local chair. Thanks for putting all this together. The
reason why we actually have a conference
because of sponsorship, sponsor chair Cindy, basically the perma chair, and always involved and always helping out. Thank you very much. And Daniel as the newly crowned Create Camp chair. Didn't know he knew that yet, but thank you for volunteering. And thank you to all our conference speakers, and thanks for watching. So I'll pass it over to our first remote speaker now. And I'm going to see if he is in the back room. I probably should have had you guys help me out with that.
Do you want to
No, I just need to see if in the back room. I probably should have had one of you guys helping out with that. No, what we need is we need the first speaker to be in the back room here.
Okay.
We're looking for
Simon Stier. Yeah, we're 10 minutes early, but I think that's good. If it's possible to keep this. Oh yeah. If it's possible to keep this, keep the pace. So we're.
If you can, in the chat, added.
We're waiting for Simon Stier. Okay. Yeah, we're 10 minutes. Which chat? In the stage chat?
Did you unmute yourself?
If it's possible to keep this. Yeah. Should I leave backstage?
Should you? No.
Okay. I don't see a chat from him in backstage.
Oh, you're asking where the chat is. Sorry, it's just the stage.
The stage. Okay, here we go. Okay, cool.
But I'm controlling everything now from the Chromebook, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's only going to be.
But he's going to be presented.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah.
So that's why I need that to be.
Yeah. Go wait. Yeah, wait till.
Okay, Simon, please go to backstage.
I'm gonna text him in.
Sorry, we're springing this on you early.
I'm gonna send him a direct link to it.
Okay, you have his email address?
No, in Hopin.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if you're up here, please, if you get a question, please repeat the question. Maybe that's a standard thing, but before answering it, don't just repeat the question.
Good reminder, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we got 17 people watching. It's cool.
Plus the people on YouTube.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, right.
So 23.
Oh, great. Okay.
Okay, I'm adding Simone now.
Hey, can you hear me now? Sorry for.
Cool. I can. Hello. All right, I can get out of here now. The stage is yours, Simone.
Can you hear me now? Sorry for.
Hello.
Okay, I will also, try to share my screen. Okay. Yeah, you find I already sent the link to the presentation in the chat, so you can follow this presentation also for yourself. Today I want to talk about our efforts to use structured data in WikiText, or go beyond WikiText to use structured data. We last time on the Semantic MediaWiki conference, we already showed how much is possible in sticking to the MediaWiki text itself. But in the meantime, we developed some strategies and technologies to go beyond this. So we'll first show the conventional approaches. What we did what was the problem in using the conventional approaches, and what we do with the multi-content revision feature of MediaWiki, and what we build on top of that using JSON scheme, JSON LD, and also the connection, of course, with Semantic MediaWiki. And finally, of course, I give short demonstration how you can use these features. Conventional approach is that we have a MediaWiki code that is unstructured text mixed with some templates and parser functions. So we put this all in one slot, all in the main slot. And it would also give, of course, there's also the option to use a content model JSON. Then you have the option to store some JSON in the MediaWiki page. But of course, you cannot mix both. So you can have a rendered page, or you can have structured content in the page. If you want to have both, you have to spread it over multiple pages. And then you have to manage all these pages you created. So we did, of course, develop this scientific stack with MediaWiki, and we use also templates really to store information within wiki pages. And of course, we're not the only one that did so. And of course, you can do a lot of fancy stuff with templates. You can have text and numbers, also strings. You have arrays. You can nest some templates. You can even translate this in JSON equivalent, and translate it, for example, all strings to strings, numbers to numbers, arrays in lists, and also nested nested structures are possible, of course, if you integrate a template here as a nested object in the JSON. This is all possible, but of course, we also recognize the problems here. So in wiki templates, there's no standardized delimiter for arrays. So you have a semicolon, or you have a comma, or something else. If you have a list of templates, there's no delimiter at all. So you can just align templates. You can also throw in a string in between. It's all valid. So it's really hard to cover all these special cases, how templates could be structured. And extensions like page forms, of course, deal with that to integrate the data. And extensions like Semantic MediaWiki, of course, use these templates to extract information and store it in the database and make it accessible for queries. But in general, you need parsers to interact with the wiki page to interpret this complex structure. And these parsers, of course, are very, need to deal with all these special cases. And there's no general approach because all the existing tools out there, of course, are not aware of WikiText. So you need to write your own code. And as I said, sometimes you have just to guess whether what is the actual data type and if it's an array or not, and such things. Yeah, we then extended the main slot of with an additional slot with JSON data, and this slot has then the ability to, with the multi-content revision feature, we have the ability to really use both. So the main slot for WikiText to have some rendered page content, and JSON data slot for structured content. So the main slot, as usual, WikiText, and the JSON data slot is dedicated for structured data. And so we have this nice combination of both. If you have some JSON, then you may asking for, okay, isn't there also an option then to somehow define what is a valid content, what should be there? Can I automate the validation of this content? Can I have a proper description? And of course, the standard therefore is called a JSON scheme. And so why not add an additional slot for JSON scheme beside the JSON data slot? And so you can have a proper scheme for your JSON data. And the scheme then describes what we have. You have basically always an object on the root level, which has some properties like text, number, array. And every property is properly defined by its type, and a lot of additional keywords that are defined in the JSON scheme standard to actually describe the shape, the data type, and also documentation attributes like title, description, so on for structured data. Mapping this to the wiki concept, of course, means that we have the category as kind of a class concept for wiki pages, and a kind of maybe an item namespace where we have the instances. So actually, the scheme within the JSON scheme slot of a category can then shape the content of every item in that are located within this category. Okay, the next point, it's not really looking fancy, but the next point is, of course, if we have JSON scheme and JSON, there are tons of tools out there helping us to create interfaces to it. So we have, for example, a scheme. We also describe for example, a title. We can also use multi-language annotations in different, for example, English and German. Then we have our property definitions. For example, we say our color property is not just a string, but it's a string representing a color as a hex code, for example, and we have a number which is, of course, should not be a string, but a plain number in a JSON. And what we get from libraries like the JSON scheme-based JSON editor, he directly interprets the scheme to render a form, and this form, for example, then has this color dialog. So it just interprets this input field as a color, and also validates that, for example, number, the string 1 is not a valid number, but the corresponding number is valid. So it automatically validates that. So we basically, with no additional effort, if you stick to existing standards regarding structured data, we get a ton of tools improving our work here. Okay. The next step is yeah, what is, okay, now I have a scheme in my JSON slot in the category namespace, and I have all these instances of categories, but of course, MediaWiki supports subcategories. Can we not also integrate this in our in our structure? Yes, of course. JSON scheme also supports the referencing schemes. So, for example, with the keyword all off. That means if we have this subcategory within a category, and we just want to extend the definition of the superclass, we can do so by referencing the superclass with all off. And we need, according to JSON-D, we need a valid JSON pointer. So we point to the category page in, and particular to the slot where the JSON scheme is located. So we somehow load the JSON scheme from the supercategory and extend the definitions that are made here locally, like additional property with the properties already defined in the superclass. So same as inheritance works in general in object-oriented programming. Yeah. Next step is, of course, we want continue to use semantic information. So do not only put some structured content here, but also link the content. And what we can additionally use from the JSON scheme family is the JSON ID. Here we have so-called context definition. So it means that if we have a JSON document, we can define in the context a semantic meaning of properties. And of course, this is directly related to what Semantic MediaWiki does in templates. So you have a template parameter, like described here, and you map this template parameter to Semantic Media property. If we want to make this more general and going beyond what Semantic MediaWiki, also interpretable by any other actor out there, we can express the same information in the JSON ID context. Also interpretable by any other actor out there. And yeah, so what we have here, for example, we have some namespace prefixes that define the schema org, for example, or the property namespace within the wiki itself. And we can then map some properties we use in our own JSON, like image, to map those properties to both. So we have then, for example, if Google visits our page, it knows an image is an image. And if you want to internally map image to some semantic media property, we can do this as well. Finally, of course, even if we have structured data in JSON, we don't want to lose all the nice rendering features that MediaWiki offers. So finally, we add we have even more slots. So we have a header template and a footer template that helps category pages to define what should be displayed on the top or on the foot of every instance page. And we also have a header and a footer slot, just making sure that the structured data is also somewhere displayed if you want to. For example, if you have a footer or header template in the category, it's a normal WikiText template, like having any parameter in it. You can then define in your scheme that you want to have this property myList, which is of type array, so it's not a single value, but a list of values. You can then define an evaluation template that gets applied before this template is called. for example, you can specify mustache WikiText interpretation. So it first expands the list to single elements, and then it calls this MediaWiki template on top, making this list to a list of wiki links. And finally, this list is just embedded at the page where you want to have that. And the point here is that, you can have a property-specific template, not only covering WikiText, but also additional template syntax like mustache. And of course, the point here is that mustache is also capable, is directly made for consuming JSON, meaning also consuming lists of nested objects, while a wiki template, of course, can only consume plain literals and no lists directly. Therefore, you need additional parser functions. Currently, these wiki side features are implemented in Lua, so the complete interpretation of the JSON and the JSON scheme and the JSON ID context is done in Lua. Also in combination with the WSLot extension. This is, of course, not ideally and should maybe move to PHP, also for performance reasons. And in general, of course, it's somehow annoying that we need just these 2 slots to make the parser interpreting the JSON. But currently, I did not find any solution that provides a hook in the MediaWiki core that is somehow slot aware of the content he delivers. So you can, of course, have a hook on and extend the content, but you have no option or no information which slot you're currently parsing. And so, for example, if you apply this hook and you have more than 1 slots, you get injected content multiple times. And so currently, the easiest way is to provide this dedicated slots for this feature. Okay, it is very theoretical, but of course it's nice to have a demonstration. So we have so this page here I put in the chat, so you can read this your own. Of course, this page is itself a demonstration of the technology stack. I just have showed, and you can also use the demo platform. You can log in with your OrCard ID if you have one, and also use this feature. So as an example, if you have, let's say, something very basic like an event, then that's represented by the structure here, that an event is in general an item, and an item is in general something very generic like an entity. But what is the difference between a general item and an event is, of course, that the event has a start and an end date. So if you look at the scheme of the category page of item and the category page of event, we will notice a difference if we look at the slots of both category pages. In item, we have, for example, in the scheme slot, we have just the basic information inherited from an entity, that is label and UUID and stuff. And in event, we have extended the scheme by using additional properties like start date and end date. So that's what is specific for a time-related entity. And if you, for example, have the opinion, I have an even more special event, you can easily extend this. So you can just say, okay, this event definition is not enough, so you can create your own subcategory. Maybe call it my special event type. And this inherits all the properties from event. So it's same as subclassing in object-oriented programming. And yeah, if you want to edit the properties, we also want to have a more visual form to edit the scheme. So we already have a prototype here, but technically you will have to extend the property section here. There's only a default already generated, but you can write, for example, my string property, and let's say that's of type string. And you already have a custom property defined. And if you want to map this to a Semantic MediaWiki property, you will have to extend your context. So write here that my string maps to as string, for example. And so that's it, how you extend the definition of this class, of this category. And if you want to create an instance, that's the button here, create a new instance. And now you have scheme-based editor that directly uses all the definitions from the schemes, not only from the current class or category, but all the categories that are super categories. So you have, of course, your own created property here, but you also have, for example, the start event, the start time of the event and the end time that are defined in the base event class. And dates, of course, are printed as a date, and you, of course, should give your entity a name. And after saving this, you get your wiki page for this specific event. It also has this info box automatically created for this structured data. You have also the rendering of the base class and the base class and the base class. They are stacked here. And if you scroll down, you will also have the semantic properties that you defined in the scheme. Should also be the custom mapping we just have defined. If I'm not, okay, maybe I did some misspelling. So basically, it's easy to extend a category, and I'm using this definition to create new entries in the wiki. And of course, beside this editor for structured data for the different slots, you can, as always, use the normal wiki visual editor with all the features, also the features I showed last time, like embedding, like a sketch, for example, in the WikiText to make some hand drawing. So it's a side-by-side existence of structured data and unstructured data, like in this example, for example, draw something by hand. And that's directly embedded in the wiki page. Of course, the main argument to use standards that are established in the whole industry is that they directly understand what you are storing information in your wiki. For example, Google has this tool that can validate the structured context in your own wiki pages or in your own web pages in general. And if you, for example, use a predefined scheme for something that Google already understands, like event or recipe for example, if you want to describe how you cook something, there is at least one reference example. So you have also here the scheme behind that describes preparation time, processing time, ingredients in the JSON scheme, and it helps you, for example, to create this content in a structured way. But the scheme also provides the proper mapping to scheme org, which is understandable by Google. So that means if you put this page in the Google validator for rich search results, it should directly understand what is written in the structured content slot of the wiki page. This is done by embedding JSON LD. So it's nothing that we need to process somehow because we already have JSON. The JSON LD context is defined in the schemes. So if you, for example, have a look at the HTML code of the page, according to the industry standards, you have this JSON LD star tag, script tag here in the HTML header. And here you have all the JSON content from the JSON data slot of the wiki page, combined with the context definition of the JSON scheme slot of all the super categories. And combined, they are valid JSON LD, and Google can understand this properly. So it's a valid recipe. It's something that is identified as an image, something that is identified as a preparation time, and so on. And in the expectation that Google and other search providers will rank search results higher that are machine readable described, this should be a really good point. But beyond Google and Co, of course, it's also now a lot easier for us to connect to the wiki system using other programming languages like Python to use the structured information to automate various tasks in our business. But that's what I will show in the lightning task tomorrow. Okay, I think I'm pretty on the time limit. So yeah, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I cannot hear you. Sorry. I cannot hear you. Sorry. Okay, yeah, sorry. One question was whether Open Semantic Lab is a good metadata management solution, and that's totally as it intended to be. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, one question was, because we have of course, we as a scientific research institute, we have a lot of complex workflows. We have different devices in the lab, and it's really hard to keep the information accessible. And we also want to automate things. So we need, for example, Python services to access metadata information, automatically make some stuff in the background. And I mean, this concept, JSON scheme, is really industry standard. So it also empowers us to really use structure definitions that are already out there. So we don't need to translate them in some wiki specific. So we just take them, and most developers out there are capable to write a JSON scheme or already have. So it's really an improvement. And tomorrow I will show that it's also way easier to generate code, like for example Python code from a JSON scheme. So you directly you can enable these features also in programming with other languages. And yeah, another question was, what is the difference between other structured data tools like Flexform and page properties? Of course, Flexforms, for example, we had also discussions. So Flexform has this focus on embedding, editing HTML form in the page. And I think really it's great to have this embedded editing feature. But for our approach, it was really also necessary to really speed up the process of defining forms. So, and also incorporate this inheritance structure. So it is nice to have the option to define a form, but we have so many entities to manage that it really would be hard work if we need to define a form for every variant of an entity we have. And applying this inheritance structure is really something that makes this work very easy, much easier than before. So if you want to have a structured data about user, you do not rewrite a form, but you just inherit the form from person, and you just add the username property to it, for example. But Flexforms of course, is also slot aware, and that's really the point where we already are connected or even develop some features together, because we both rely on the multi-content revision slot. So at the end, of course, there are a lot of options in editing structured data. But I think if it comes to the core, what we need from the MediaWiki core, the requirements are quite the same. And Flexform is also supporting JSON right now. So I think that's really could of course also improve the interoperability between all these tools. If they, for example, can all edit JSON, or all can pull some definition from a JSON scheme, then maybe they can just even can be well combined. And the last question is, okay, a more comment that JSON-LD compatibility was requested by familysearch.org. I'm happy to hear that. So if you use JSON LD in JSON schemes and JSON and JSON data slots, then this feature is directly fulfilled. Yeah. Okay, so that were all questions. So sorry for the technical issues. See you then back in the main session.
Hi, everybody. Should I just start, or you want to do some introduction, Brian? You can't talk. All right. Shall I just begin then? I am muted. Okay. I can't unmute myself. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. All right. Then I'll just start then. All right. So I'm going to talk a little bit, and let me just share my screen. See, it's this one. No, this one. It's always the last one. There you go. Hope you can see my screen then. And okay, you can hear me, but I don't get any feedback. I'm just hoping that I'm showing the right screen. I got Hopin on my left side, so I should be good. So my name is Charlot, but everybody calls me Charlie. And I'm going to talk a little bit about a new version for Flexform that we just released, version 2.1, and it has some exciting features. And actually, I was really that presentation of Simon was really a really nice presentation. And Simon, we need to have a chat again soon. And I'll show you why. And just a really quick reminder, I show this page basically every time, but so Flexform is just an extension that allows you to create forms and then do something with the forms, like create a page or edit a page or upload a file, send an email, all those kind of things, and some more as I'm going to show you now. And if you're familiar with HTML5 forms, on top here, you see an HTML5 example. And if you look at the Flexform example, it's identical. So if you're familiar with HTML5 forms, there's like thousands of examples on the internet. So you should be able to get going with Flexform. I'll just go to the developer log. And of course, it shows up in a different window. Because here's where I already had all the information for the new version of Flexform. So, and that's why I said we need to talk, Simon, because we added JSON schema support for Flexform. As Flexform is part of OpenCSP, OpenCSP uses the MCR slots, the multiple content slots, and we store the information in JSON there as well. So it would make sense that if the JSON information gets bigger and bigger or repetitive, and that's what I'm going to show you now, it would make sense to easily be able to edit that data. So that's what I've been working on. And of course, we supporting Pandoc now. Most hosting providers have a version of Pandoc installed, and if you do have that installed, you can use it to convert, for instance, Word documents to Wiki pages. We also completely rewritten the way files are uploaded. Now you can basically upload as many files and as many different files, and everything that has to be that has to do with uploading, you can put it now in all in one form. We did some restyling for the instances and some other things, and you can. I'll put the link in the chat later on, so you can have a look there of what all the new stuff is and the changes. One of it, this one I really like. It's an extension for Flexform because Flexform allows for extensions, and this is a PHP list extension, and it's a pretty simple one, but it allows for a form to do an extra option, and that is if somebody hasn't filled in a name and an email, and they consent, of course, you can actually just subscribe them to your PHP mailing list program if you're using PHP list. So, and it's now in the repo as well, so you can use that if you want to. Just thought I'd mention it. And for everything, I'll just click on one of these. For everything, there's documentation on the OpenCSP website, so you can, and there's examples and all those kind of things. So that would make life easy. And I just close the browser. But I was done with that page anyways. And I'm going to pick out three, drag that screen back in. I'm going to pick out three things I want to show you as a live demo. One of this is the JSON schema, the uploading the Word document, and the support for multiple upload types in one form. So let's start off with the JSON theme. So we stay in the same theme as what Simon was just talking about. The complete documentation is also on OpenCSP. I'm showing you some new instances, and there's documentation for the new instances as well. I'll just quickly show you that so I get that out of the way. And also this information shows how you can style them yourself or move the buttons around or change it in any way you see fit. So that's pretty neat, actually. Okay, so let's take what Simon showed was like that goes really deep. This is a little bit more simpler. It's about we have JSON. How can Flexform edit that for you? That's basically it. Flexform supports editing JSON. It already works. There's a lot of examples on the OpenCSP website documentation, so you can have a look there. Let's have a look at an example JSON data. So here's a simple JSON, and I'll just do an edit so it looks more like a JSON. So we got an object of persons, and everyone and all of them. It's repetitive. It's first name, last name, street name, etc., and it goes on. Okay, so it would be really nice if we could edit it, right? So I'll leave this open for a sec. Now, traditionally, if you would want to edit this, you would create a form, and then for every field that you have, first name, last name, street name, etc., you would render a field so that actually somebody could type something in there. And then you have an edit button saying, okay, I want to edit, let's say, where the first name is Donald, and let's edit the JSON there. Or you would add a new one. You can already do that with Flexform. That's not something that's new in 2.1. But if we would create a scheme for this data, like a really simple scheme, like what Simon already showed. And actually, you can use IDs here as well. And if I'm not mistaken, you can also do inheritance here. But as I said, we need to talk, Simon. So it's a simple scheme, and I'll show you the source again. So because the scheme is just a JSON. But what we do here is we actually start to define what does that. We have a first name, we have a last name, a street name. So with that scheme, you define what that is. So it's a type of string. These two are like custom for Flexform, because I want to know what Flexform should do with it. Well, it's an HTML element of input and type of text. And every other single thing that you can add to a normal Flexform input tag here, like classes or placeholder or title, anything default HTML5, you can add that to the scheme as well. Now, if we so here's everything defined. Basically, everything is the same. It's a type of string. It's an HTML input type of text. And the only difference I did here is the country. I made that a HTML element of a select box. And then these are the options for the select box. This is all a default JSON scheme, by the way. Is there a way we can make what presenting bigger is a question here? I can probably zoom in a bit, if that makes sense. So basically, the data that we have here, we just define it in the scheme. And of course, that gives you a lot of good things. You got things defined. The scheme is the truth, basically. And if there's something wrong between the two, you get a message. And you can reuse the scheme plenty of other times. Like we have persons data here. This could be customers, but you could also have like visitors, a person data of visitors, and you can just reuse the scheme to render. So let's go back here. Now I'm going to zoom out a bit again, because otherwise I don't know where I am. So let's bind those two together. So we just say, we started a form. This is new in 2.1. We can give the title name of the scheme that we're going to use, which is Let me go back here. So the page name is persons data scheme simple. So that's what we say here. And the JSON type, you just tell Flexform it's a title page. This could be also be URL, or it could be text, and then this would be the whole JSON inside here. But if you just write this and do nothing else, you can see that Flexform will render everything that's defined in the schema. So you got your placeholders, and then you could add some more information to the form here, like what should we do with this? Like, for instance, you need a submit button, otherwise you can't submit this form. And you tell Flexform if it should edit something or add something to this page. Oh, by the way, here's the select box. So yeah, so this is really simple, but at least you can define your forms at forehand and then, repetitively use it. Well, now, what if we want to edit everything here? So we want to be able to edit this whole thing. Well, Flexform has something that's called instances. So we can create a JSON scheme, and I'll show you that now, that starts with an instance. And then basically, this is the same as this scheme, except I enhanced it with some placeholders and classes. I don't have that here. But this is basically the same, but it's wrapped inside an instance. And you can have a look at the documentation for instances. It works with normal templates, but it also works with JSONs. And that's what we say here. I want to use a field in my form that's called my instance, and I want the format to be JSON. Normally it will be WikiText. So you can do this inside normal templates as well. So you have a template, and inside that template, you're calling the same a different template multiple times again. Then you can use instances. And for this purpose, it's perfect as well. Now, there's a little thing here, which is the default content. And as I said, Flexform only renders forms. It never fills in any values. But with this, you can. This is the WS slots extension. And what I'm saying here is, give me from the main slot of the page person data, which is this page, the object persons, which is this one. So basically, the instance will get everything that's in here. Now, if I would do this, but call it with persons data schema and not person data schema simple, this one's the simple, this one is the one with the instances, you get something different. So I'm calling it here now. And then you see that everything, and I need to zoom out a little bit so that you get like a good overview. There's no styling on this other than the normal instance stylings. But as you can see, all the data that's in here is now with actually basically one line, because I added this, but this is just for if you want to edit it as well, and a submit button, which is the button down here. But just one line will allow you to render everything what is defined in the scheme and filled with all the data that we have, and the select box here as well. And since we have an edit here, where I say, and you can find it in the documentation as well, this hasn't changed except that the format is JSON, but that's all not in 2.1. That was already there. So I'm saying I want to edit persons data, which again is this one, and this option is a JSON path. So basically, I'm saying I want to use the persons object, which is this one. That's basically it. And using the form field my instance, and that's defined here. And then it will render this. And if I would put George on top, and I would say save this, and I would then go back to the persons data and refresh it, you notice that George is now on top. So you can really simply, as long as your JSON data is, this is like a first implementation of the scheme. So as long as you keep it like this, or you have some, you can even go a couple of layers deeper, it should all work. But this is like a first set of tools to start rendering forms, like predefined forms in JSON schemes. So yeah, that's what you get here. But I hope that's clear to everybody. I try to explain it as good as possible, because it's, as you can see with Simon's presentation, it's, you know, it's a lot to handle, and it opens up many doors. So so yeah, so I try to keep this as simple as possible. So let's let me see, what time is it? Okay, let's hop on to the other thing I wanted to show, which is uploading a Word document and convert it to Wiki page. So here's an example. As Flexform is rendering plain HTML5, if you want to use files, you use this. That's what everyone that's creating an HTML5 form needs to do. That I could do it automatically, but I wanted to stick to HTML as close as possible. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating a form that only has one input type of file. It allows for multiple file uploads if you'd like. And then the target, I'm going to say that's going to be file name. I explained it up here a little bit. Multiple means that you can upload more than one. Target will be the name of the new to create wiki page, because we have an action here of convert from. And since pandoc, that's what we're using in the background, can convert other things beside docx or Word documents to WikiText. You can use the other ones as well, but I'm just showing you the Word documents here. And what I'm doing here, it says page content, which is kind of weird, but I explained it in the documentation. Normally, if you would upload a file, you would upload the file, it would create a file page, and then the page content would be the content that would go on the file page. But since we're now converting a Word document to a wiki page, the page content is going to be the Word file. So what page content does now is, if it finds any images in the Word document, they will be uploaded as well, and then the content for those images will be on the file pages, and you define it here. So I'm saying here, this image belongs to, and then in square brackets, file name, and file name is going to be the name of the Word document that you're using. You could type in something else. You could hard define it, like this is my file or this is my Word document, but you can also use the file that's being uploaded. And because we don't know it yet, because it hasn't been uploaded yet, you can use this. And then the last part is the comment, and this will show up in your contributions. So basically converted and uploaded from, and it will use the page name, which is this page. Makes it easy if you go into contributions and you look at the or you look at the history or whatever for the page, then you know where it comes from, where it was converted from. So let's grab a Word document. So I set up something like really simple. It's just, I just copied and paste something from the there it is, from the OpenCSP docs documentation. So I created a 2-page document. I made sure that I had some images, I had a table, some bullet points, some numbered bullet points here, and another image, yeah, and some, you know, the URLs that go outside, bold, and I think even italic and all those kind of things. I made sure that it's in there. So let's see what happens if we convert that. So let me just drag that file up here. So now it's in here, file name. So as I said here, target is going to be file name. So we should get a wiki page, which is called About Flexform. So let's upload that. Okay, so it's done. File has been converted and uploaded. So let's have a look at the contributions. And sure enough, there's a page called About Flexform, and converted and uploaded from the EMWCon Spring to the. So that's handy if you want to know where your things come from. And as you can see, it also added some images. So from the Word document that I just shown you, you can now see that this is what it creates when you convert it to a WikiText. So you get a nice index for every heading that you had. It supports the formatting of the text. It even gets the links correct, because this goes to, let me see, it goes to getting started. So external links work. There's the table. There's the numbered bullet points, and there's the normal bullet points, and we get another image. And so basically, if you don't have too crazy of Word documents, and you have a pretty new version of Pandoc, there's a lot of things you can do. I don't have reference installed on this wiki, but if you have references inside your wiki, you can also, you get like a list of references at the bottom as well. That all works. So it's pretty neat. It works pretty solid, actually. And we use it for a lot of customers as well. Question, these pages on the Wiki solution site require access login. Are they publicly? The ones I'm showing you now, I mean, you mean, Brian? No, this is my development website. You can't get on there. The documentation, so everything that I'm saying here, that can be found on the OpenCSP website. If you go here and you go to documentation and go Flexform, here's all the documentation. And you got the JSON part I just shown you. It's with a different example, but it shows you and explains you everything. So you can find everything here. So let's go back to the last one I had. Oh, and actually you could, as I said earlier, you could drag 5 files in here and it would upload all those 5 files and convert them. So let's go back here. Support for multiple upload types in one Flexform. That's the last one I want to show you because it's pretty neat as well. I made like a simple thing here that I wanted to show you, that this is one form, one single Flexform, where I have an ID that's always going to be a number. It asks for an email address. It asks for a signature, which is also a field that you can use inside Flexform. It will upload files, and these files will be uploaded and they will be handled differently than the signature, and they will be handled differently than these files. And actually, the idea is create a case where, like you're in the car insurance guy, and you want to have some pictures of the car accident close up, and you want to have some pictures of the environment. But of course, you want those pictures differently defined. So let's give this a go. So case ID, I'm going to call this 15. My email address is this one. And let me see if I can get some pictures. And I had this prepared, but let's see where they are. That's really nice. I had an EMWCon folder. Oh, there it is. And there's no pictures. Okay, I'll take these one. Never mind. So I'll just, don't mind the pictures. They're just for the purposes of demonstration. As you can see, Flexform also supports drop zones. So let's pick 2 others. I hope I'm not getting too weird of pictures here. Yeah, so what I'm saying now is I have a signature here. Let me just get hop in back just to see if everything goes well. I have a signature. I want to upload these 2 files and do something different with them. I want to upload these 2 files and do something different with them. But what you could also do, because sometimes you're not allowed to store a signature because of privacy reasons, but you are allowed to store like a complete screenshot of what you're seeing here, including the signature, saying, seeing that the person giving the signature says that the pictures are not manipulated in any way. But what I'm doing here now, thanks, Brian. What I'm going to do here now is I'm going to upload everything that you see just with one form. So let's do that. And down it will create new pages. It will do a lot of things. But I just wanted to show you that it's actually pretty quick and easy to do this. And there's some converted, and these are big images. Don't forget that those are really big images. So it says thank you. So if I would go to my contributions here. So yeah, it created a couple of images, as you can see here. It's signature file. Let me have a look at that. And as you can see, it's a case image. It belongs to case 15. It's uploaded then and then. The type is of signature. Let me have a look at the source here. So it also added this on the file page of the image. It did the same with all the other images, defining them what they are, so you can actually see this was an environment picture. It's also a case image. And if you put that all together, you could actually just query that. And as you can see here, case 15 has damage images, those two, environment image, that one, the signature, and actually the whole screenshot of the signature and all the images uploaded. And the cases, so you got like something you can use later on, saying, okay, but you signed this, you signed for these images you uploaded, but you did not store the signature itself. You can, I did that in this case, but you don't have to. So yeah, so that's the mod, and that's all. And I'm just going to show you the source for this as well. Although the source is a bit messy because I think I wanted to do it in tables. And I'm not very good at doing tables, so for me this is messy. I don't really like that. But basically, for every file upload, you say, okay, this file name is going to be a signature. Give it a random number. I want you to convert it to. Oh no, this is a signature. Sorry, picture, random number, and then the file name. And this is going to be the content of the file page. So there's a lot of things, and everything is explained in the documentation. So you can create really powerful file upload forms. You can, well, as you can see, you can do a lot of things with that. You could have like 10 input fields of files, and all the files that are uploaded do different things. Like I did now, create different templates for the file pages and all those kind of things. So yeah, I think that's it. The only thing I had to show you was that's in the presentation still. Where's my presentation? Let me have a look. There it is. So if I would go one page back, last thing I wanted to show you was that if you have any questions, there's a Discord channel, there's an Element channel, and there's the MediaWiki Flexform talk page. So if you need to get in contact with us because you have questions or you want to know if something is possible, I'll put this in the Element chat. Let me see where that is, because I can't switch to the normal events chat on Hopin now because I would leave the thing. Okay, so I put that in the chat on Element. Okay, so common word input is great, and Flexform can pull from any page. Yeah, you can. The examples I've shown you for the main content slot, but you could of course use different slots. Yes. So have one page that has the scheme, has the data, and the main content to show a form, for instance. You can do that. Yeah. Right. That was it for me. Don't know if there's any more questions.
Charlie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's the last question, but let me give a quick check through the different rooms. Yeah, I think that's the last question. There was a couple comments you might want to read through in the stage, but yeah, that's the last question. So very good. Thank you, Charlie. There's a round of applause happening in the room that you can't hear.
No, I can't hear it, so I'll just believe you. Well, thanks everybody, and have a good day.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Charlie. All right, we have a short break right now, and then we're going to be returning with a talk from Wolfgang Fall.
So, I'll send and.
Hey, Wolfgang, I can hear you. Is that loud? Sorry.
So how long is the break going to take?
It should be 15 more minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good. I need to switch the voice sound a bit slower.
And if you want to push your camera a little bit to the left. Hey, Ron, can you wait, you're on. Just have Cindy mute it. Don't touch that, you're on. And Wolfgang, if you want to move your camera just a bit to, yeah, there you go. Show the bit plan. Yeah, there you go. I kind of move back.
Yeah, I can move these stuff here.
Okay. And then if you want to, yeah, that's perfect. If you want to share your screen, I can stop sharing mine.
Yeah. Where's this screen share button here?
That should be like the little computer with a red slash through it right now.
Yeah. I've got 4 screens. We have to find out which one is the correct one. So let's try screen 3. That's the wrong one. Screen 2. Not good. Screen 1.
Yep, that looks good. All right, I can't hear you. Oh, there you go.
So let's see how that works.
And I'll tell you if it's working, Wolfgang, but it might help if you're mostly going to be sharing your screen to try to turn off your video camera, and it might take over more of the screen. I'm not sure. Last year it didn't, but.
Where is the button to switch off these?
Yep.
Like this?
Yeah.
So
and I'll actually.
Is that better?
Wait, hold on a second. What's that? Oh, I deleted it and I reported it. Yeah. I think it's just spam. Oh, actually, that looks really good. Oh wait, yeah, on YouTube it looks really good. It's the full screen. So yeah, when you go to do anything where you're trying to share your screen, if you can just turn off your video, it looks like it'll take over the full screen.
The only thing is that I've got a big delay. I don't see my own screen on the
yeah,
on
that's yeah. It's about an 8-second delay, I think. It's super annoying to deal with, but I can hear you, I can see you, it's coming through. The one thing is on the screen that I'm seeing, there is like a pop-up that I think it is saying something about like, you're sharing your screen. Yep, there it goes.
I removed that almost a minute ago.
Oh, really? It just disappeared like right after I said it a minute ago. Oh,
yeah.
Man. Well, so we have about a minute delay. That's great.
That's quite a bit of delay.
Wolfgang, I'm going to put down my. I have a headset that allows me to talk in the conference room and hear you in real time. But I'm going to put this down for a second and go up and listen to it. And
I'll mute my mic for a minute and then just let me know when I should stop.
Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so it looks like actually Wolfgang that was the goal. Okay. Yeah, Wolfgang, we can hear you fine. You know, there just is there's just that delay. And yeah, it's way nicer having the full screen. Cindy's very happy. Everybody's going to be very happy. And I'm going to have to go out to the you know, when I kick it off in about 10 minutes. I'm going to go out in the hallway and I'll be kind of live and I'll be listening to you live. But oh, hold on. All right. And then yeah, we have 10 minutes. And sorry, Wolfgang, can you still hear me?
I've been away from my place, so I didn't hear anything of what you said.
Okay, so the screen looks great. The audio sounds great. Everything's good. So as soon as we go live, and actually, unfortunately, we kind of are live right now. So people online are just kind of listening to us ramble in practice. But we have about 10 minutes. I'm going to go out in the hallway again, and then I'll introduce you and then kick it over to you, and then I'll leave the room and then just be, you know, giving you comments in the backstage. So I'll feed any comments that come from anywhere else into the backstage if you want to, at the end of your presentation, most likely, you know, just read through it.
Yep.
Does that work? Okay. Unless you have any questions, I'm gonna just put the back in, you know, back soon thing back up. Actually, can you stop sharing really quick?
I just assume what's also going to happen is that
That's right. So it's easily the way that you solve this.
Oh, really?
And there's,
Oh,
this
someone, there's been lots of comments from like, you just struck it on purpose.
So that's upload widget. And I mean, what's like, I think, someone watched and they all get, so like, look at this file. No, so this is this is so it's so notice there's
This was, yeah, it's like, yeah, there's like the naming of different like parts of the class, and that's like, the one's supposed to be like the most natural.
I don't think I actually did it. So we're going to manufacture some kind of nice. And then what you can do is you can parse them. So this is my work. Go to WikiText for the point. Go to the WikiText, like moderator. So what that does is so what we do, especially is we and then we do here stuff, and so we can say that this was uploaded. I don't know if it qualified for that. That is I'm not sure that's
So, I would be interested in that being exported to be able to use. So there's a system of page packages. Like that's why would you buy gas card? Yeah, especially yeah, exactly. I've already done. I've already pushed it out. Yeah, they're all so that works. So slash.
Hey, Wolfgang, are you ready?
Sound is on.
Okay, I stopped sharing, so you can go ahead and share your screen and jump on.
So this should be now the screen I intend to share.
Give me a second. There's a little bit of a delay, but I can hear you fine. And on Hopin.
Yeah, I also shared the link so that people can have their own pace at looking at these things. And I already shared a few contents just in case.
I'm seeing a black screen. Okay, I think it's good. I think we're good. Go for it, Wolfgang. Take it away.
How many time have I? I was expecting 45 minutes. Is that right?
I think you have 30, but
30 is also fine. Just let me know.
I think it's 30, but I'll ping you mid talk and confirm.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. So good morning, everybody in Texas, and good day for everybody else. I'm Wolfgang, and for those who don't know me, I'm a computer scientist, and I consider myself a semantic MediaWiki expert, given that I've been working with that system mostly since 2015, or I started with 2013. I do earn my living with being a trainer for software architecture and requirements engineering, or at least I used to do that full time. And a few years ago, I started being a PhD candidate. And so about 3/4 of my time, I'm now a research assistant and a student, and sometimes a teacher at RWTH Aachen, I5. That's actually almost the same department where I did my diploma many years ago. And that's kind of fun. And they're using the same rooms, although the content has shifted there a bit. So hopefully I might end up with a PhD. My company is Bitplan GmbH. That's a German way of saying that you don't have full liability if you go, for instance, bankrupt. And we do have a focus on software engineering trainings as outlined for architecture requirements engineering. We do consulting and projects. And if I say we, this is just mostly my wife and me and some freelancers. We used to be much bigger. And we switched from Lotus Notes actually to Semantic MediaWiki in 2013. So we've been using a structured way of documenting things we do since 1999. And we decided, no, we don't like that Java-based Lotus Notes anymore. And we've had started the Profi Wiki. Hopefully, if I switch that screen, it will show up at some time. So this page needs to be updated, but it shows the basic principle that we use Docker, standard MediaWiki, Semantic MediaWiki, it's still got the old logo here, and an automatic installation. This has all been updated now. So in a few days, weeks, you'll see that these things are all alive and kicking. And it sometimes just takes a long time until these things catch up. So we've been busy getting that working. Today, the main thing will be talking about Wikidata, Semantic MediaWiki, and synchronization. So for most of you, I assume that you know what Wikidata is, and I don't have to talk too much about that, but there will be some examples if you are not familiar with Wikidata at all. Semantic MediaWiki, same thing. Everybody who's here is usually most well acquainted with Semantic MediaWiki. Synchronization is a different beast. I have been using synchronization very long because I used to have a Palm computer, which had this great synchronization feature in the 90s. I was using Lotus Notes a lot, which had a great synchronization feature. And it was one of the features I was always missing for all these systems. Why on earth is the data that I have in one system not in another? And why cannot share like data that I have in one system with another one? We've been improving on that with our Wiki Push toolkit a bit, but it was not quite it yet. So the idea was, how do I go about those use cases where I have the need that thing I put it to Semantic MediaWiki.
Hey, Wolfgang. Sorry, really quick. First of all, you have 30 minutes, but we're only seeing the first screen, the computer scientist, PhD candidate. If you've intended to move on to different screens, we're not seeing it.
So basically, it just doesn't update. So I'm at slide 4, so the people that have the link could do that, but I don't know what I should do because I pushed the share button. So what do you think? What can we do about this?
You could announce that. Yeah, you could announce the screen that you're on. There's a chance I could try to share my screen instead, and then you could just tell me what screen I should be on. Now we're actually seeing a different screen.
Yeah. So the question is whether if you, I could simply, like, I'm sharing the link right now. If you pick that up and share your screen, can you try that? And then I could do something like do next slide, or I can share all the links I'm doing, and basically that should work. I think it's not a big deal, as long as you can make sure that everybody can see that. So did this update immediately? I'm seeing it immediately.
I'm now seeing a picture of SMW and key data storage. You know, a baby. It's a girl.
Yeah, that's exactly. This is the one we had in 2015. It was my talk. It's a girl. And we were talking about triples at the time. And as you can see, I was taking the example of the Princess of Cambridge. She was born like while I was in the States. And basically, she ended up having 2 pages. So one was in the Royal Family Wiki. And the other one was in the Family Wiki, where I put that. So the delay seems not to be too bad anymore if I go from one page to another.
Yeah, that's correct. Right now we're seeing it.
Yeah. So basically, here not much changed. Her mother is still Duchess Kate, and but the throne rank has changed. Like, she's got a brother now, and basically we've got instances where we need to update the data, and the original wiki, like this Royal Family Wiki, it had been based on Wikidata in the beginning. So the question is, how can we make sure that SMW and Wikidata can be used in database style? So I'm now on the next page. Slide number 6 doesn't show yet. And I would love to share. Pardon me?
Yeah, we're seeing slide 6. It's a girl, but some things have changed.
Yeah, I gave you the link to the other things, and the next thing that we can look at, you see, this is a new one, and if you want to follow these things a bit quicker, so first of all, we look into tabular data. So we've got a list of persons, and the list of persons would have like columns. And the one that we are going to look into in the example is the died column, because like Elizabeth II, she passed away. And when I did the wiki many years ago, she was still alive. So basically, we want to synchronize the information when she died from Wikidata into our Semantic MediaWiki. And for that, we have to look at both sides in database style. So one way to do that is that you go to the query in Wikidata. I'm sharing that, and I can run it. So if you run that, you get the tabular data for what does Wikidata know about recent deaths in the royal family, which would be your Elizabeth II. She passed away last year. Her husband passed away a year earlier. The Queen Mother in 2002, Princess Margaret in 2002, and Diana in 1997. So that's basically what Wikidata knows about the royal family and what we might be interested in looking at. So basically what we're doing here is we look at the database in a way that we've got rows, and the rows in a database in this case would be single pages. No, I cannot share my links anymore. Let's see. I'm trying again. This should be the page of Elizabeth II, as I had already shown before the talk started. And then we can look at her Wikidata entry. And both correspond to a row in a relational database. The more interesting part that we look into is going to be the columnar view, where we say we want to look at a column, and columns in Semantic MediaWiki are obviously defined by properties. In this case, I'm scrolling a bit. Hopefully you'll see that. Please scroll down, and the person died in the family wiki, and you'll see all these people that have been entered here. It's 47 in total, where you can find out when they have died. The same is possible using the date of death property in Wikidata. The difference being that Wikidata will not show you like all the entries. If you would, you'd have to use a query for that one, and it would give you like, I don't know, 20 million entries. So that's a bit difficult, and that's why we want to have just the part that interests us. So basically, the next slide is a key slide of the whole talk here. The key thing is that it's quite easy to do row and column operations and row and column definition operations, because you can do that manually. You've got an API for that, or you could use tools like our Wiki Push Toolkit. The problem is if you want to change column values. For an SQL database, that's not a big problem. You simply do an update, and then thousands of entries can be changed. It's pretty typical that you, for instance, change the a value in the database. Maybe all your people, your employees should get a pay rise, and then you say, okay, change a certain column, which is the pay, by 10% up, and people will love it, and they say, that's great, thanks for raising my pay. Doing that in a wiki is much more difficult, because you'd have to change all those pages. If you've got 1,000 employees, you have to do this operation 1,000 times. So, and that was something that I found very peculiar about Semantic MediaWiki, and that's why I asked Tim to give me a solution for that. Tim Holzheim, he was in Breda, if some people know that, and he's been working on the issue I'm sharing here. WikiEdit allowed to modify a single parameter of a so-called WikiSon, which means it's just a macro. So the idea would be that later you can do things with that. And that means that you can now change a value, a single property, just by using this WikiEdit call. For instance, for Alexandra of Denmark, we want to change the label, and that's just one call. We say in the person, change the property label to the value Alexandra of Denmark in the page Alexandra of Denmark. That's slide 8. So I am going to share that, and hopefully it will show up on your screen in a while. The fun thing is not to do that once, but many, many times. So we have a few use cases where we want to do that. The one is the royal family, and the other one is the scholarly communication. And the example for the royal family shows you like what the I'll go to the other wiki, and then I'll share you the screen, the page where you can actually find these things. If you go to the concept family page and scroll a bit down, you'll find a UML model about the family. And from there, you can go to the concept person. Scroll down a bit, and you'll find the UML model for the person. I'm sharing these two, hopefully. That's the family concept. The other one is the person concept. I'm not sure whether these links made it fully. And given the delay, you don't see that immediately. Let's go back to the slides. And in the slides, we go further on to how we synchronize these things. And this is the part that is the most interesting one. This now shows how you can synchronize certain properties. Yep, this is actually the command line. Hopefully you'll be able to follow that link and look at the command line in detail. It tells the system to update itself. That's -u. The -t means go to the wiki with the ID family. And it talks about context. That means the project, the description you're doing, is family context. And the topic you're talking about, it's the person. And then you give the properties that you'd like to sync. And it's description, label, died at. And please show me the progress of doing that. Since I gave the host show 4 properties for 59 entries, it means 236 operations. And now the system happily goes about and looks all these things up. And it knows what the main key is, and I'll show you later how that is done. So the idea would be that we go from our entry Elizabeth II here, where she's not passed away yet, to the new entry in our wiki, where we have the information that she died. And if I look at the history here, you can see that I prepared that this afternoon, so you can simply compare the history. And that's another link I'm going to share. Here's a link where you can see the difference between the 2 pages. And that is one of the 236 operations that have been done and achieves this effect. In scholarly communication, I've got the same problem, and that's basically what my research is about. And that's one of the things I already shared earlier. And I said the most interesting one is if you look at this long paper list that we had there. And I've got 2 wikis for that. One is my CR wiki, which is my research wiki. There you can actually follow the stuff I'm doing, and that's basically for trying out things. So there you'll have, for instance, a link for a list of papers, and there will be a single paper in there. And that was the one that was not very interesting. The real stuff goes on when we go to our publishing platform at RWH Aachen, and then you follow the list of papers. I had already shared that, but I want to share that in the talk here so that people know this is actually what my research is about. And here we've got about 60,000 papers that I need to synchronize later, and 129 are in there right now. One of the things I can sync there is event series. So these are scientific events, European conference on research, advanced technology or whatnot. And basically, I can choose whatever properties I want to have and make sure that my Semantic MediaWiki and my Wikidata get updated accordingly. So I can do that for event series, for proceedings, for institutions, for scholars, and for papers. And basically, this is what my whole PhD is about. These are the instances that I'm really interested in, the data types. Institutions, same thing. Got a list of institutions. I think I added an institution recently. Yep, RW2H I5 was added to the list of institution. And that one currently doesn't have a home page, so I can take the command that's in here, and I should be able to do this at least once live. And I'm using a small list here so that we don't have to follow lots and lots of operations. And here we'll see a small delay, I think, but in a while you should see that it takes like 6 institutions now because there's a new one. It's 12 operations because it should update the description on the homepage. And when I'm finished with that, that takes about like 12 seconds. My list of institutions should have an updated homepage for my own institution. See, this is our homepage. So anyone who wants to end up there and look me up, this is where I live from a research point of view. So now I've got a few minutes left to tell how this all works. It's 4 parts. First of all, I'm using self-describing properties. So I have a way to find out what properties are in our wiki and find out what I need to do for the model. That's why we need to talk about meta model and a term called CDIF and LinkML, which is all very interesting, but we'll not be able to dive into that. The main part is mapping your Semantic MediaWiki properties to Wikidata properties. And the last thing is that you have a command line tool, which you've already seen. And basically from there, we can move on. I think this is just a starting point of the whole show of different ways of doing this. And probably that's going to be interesting for the upcoming years, what different ways of doing that will be found and explored by different people. So self-describing properties is the starting point here. 2013, that was pure scene. You know that if you look at the meta model, at the metadata management page, 2015, that was Bitplan Profi Wiki. Here's an example which I can show how this works, that you have, for instance, a person label, which should be synchronized with the label from Wikidata. So this is like, if you scroll down, you'll see all the entries there. Next thing is that we can generate things. Here it's a bit of a pity that the generator command line is not visible so nicely. I put a screenshot in there where you can see that all the stuff is generated and updated. And this is the key point. This used to be Java code in the past. Some people know that in 2015 I started using Java, and I'm still not using PHP. I'm using Python now. And basically, the input is in a format that is hard to understand. So we've got this so-called CDIF format, which basically describes all the properties in the system. And that's not very good. I want to move on. So what we do is that we change this to a LinkML format. And that is something we need to talk about. In the links, you'll see the link to LinkML, which is a tool which allows you to overcome this schisma between JSON schema and OWL and whatnot definitions, Python code, and getting your data in JSON or getting it as a CSV or getting it in an Excel table. The people from the LinkML project do a very good job in covering all these bases. And I don't want to reinvent the wheel there. That's why I'm intending to move away from the CDIF triple format and put everything in LinkML in the future. So this is a core part that currently maps the properties from SMW to Wikidata. It was a bit awkward because it's a single mapping thing, and then it costs some YAML description. But we decided, hey, let's go that route for the time being. So in there, you find a definition of what the command line arguments are that you want to use. For instance, the QID is the SMW, the Wikidata item identifier. Because it starts with a Q, we can call it a QID. Label and description are standard parts of any Wikidata page. And the interesting stuff we wanted to synchronize was died and died at. And actually, here's a typo in there, which led to not really synchronizing stuff. But if you look in the pages and the histories, you see that was not so bad, because for died add, we don't really get the data at the place of death, but we get an identifier for it. So there's a lookup step in there anyway, and we can now show off that that actually needs to be done, and it's part of our to-do list. Command line tool, no explanation here. And it says template font size, and I did a typo here. I'm so sorry. So I've got to fix my pages here. So I'm going back to the normal pages. And instead of showing the stuff, we have to go and fix that here. It's lowercase s. And for the last one, I think it's the same thing. So basically, in the one, I'm showing the usage, which you'll also find in the page itself. And the last thing is talking about what we want to do in the future. So this time, I'm not going in slide mode. I'm bringing you to the section where the problem was the wrong template typo. And then we've got the section where the to-dos are mentioned, things we want to go do in the future. And that would be quite a bit of things. We find it a bit awkward at this time that you actually have to specify all your properties. We'd love to have a -all option. Also, working through the columns is not efficient, and sometimes you will hate to have all these history entries that show all the value changes. Like if you do that with hundreds and thousands of pages and maybe a dozen properties, you'll end up with a lot of changes that seem redundant. I don't care too much for that for my use cases, but you might care. A bidirectional sync would be just great. So we would love to have the data from your local Semantic MediaWiki to show up in Wikidata. For instance, Simon Stier showed like an event he had. I would be most interested to have his event data in Wikidata, and he could use this tool to sync stuff right there. Having a graphical user interface would be good. Tim started already having a sync dialog. It would be good to have some generation mapping and stuff and all that. And since I think I only have a few minutes left, I'm going to scroll down to the links section, where you can see all those projects we've been talking about. The link MLIO is quite important. So it's a link we should actually visit. Please watch this and go into all the details. That's an important part. And then I'm already done and would like to get your questions and discussion elements so that we can find out what we can all do about this.
Wolfgang?
The first question that Jan has is, how widely is LinkML used? I was a bit surprised that it's not so widely used as I would have hoped. I think I was the first one that asked the question about LinkML on Stack Overflow. The actual community is elsewhere. They have a chat, a Slack channel, and the Slack channel has some 100 people, I think. Not 1,000, it's just 100. What other questions would you have?
Hey Wolfgang, I think we're going to have a couple more questions come in the channels, but maybe you can answer them during the next presentation, and then we can switch over to Cindy and let her.
You want to take over again?
Sure. But you'll hear clapping in the background from the audience here in a second, but thank you very much, Wolfgang. Super interesting talk. Thank you. So we're going to have Cindy Chickalise, our keynote speaker, come on and switch over to be an in-person talk, and she'll be talking about measuring MediaWiki usage.
My audio is still... Cindy asked what I was using SMW for before integrating Wikidata. I've got many.
Sorry, Wolfgang, you can finish the question. Oh, there you go. We can hear you.
So there are some contexts that I might share, and you see that you'll find them in the context thing. So like a CRM system is something I did. I'm using it for presentations and for trainings, of course.
Okay. Oh, he's still talking. Oh, he's probably answering James.
Yeah, he just, Wolfgang just finished up, I think, the last question. So thank you again, Wolfgang. We're going to pass over to Cindy now for the keynote.
And this is like our university course on database and information systems that even our students have not seen yet. We've not published it yet, but that's not a big problem. You can look at these things if you have fun with it.
Oh, there's me.
He should stop sharing his screen.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I think we're done, right?
Yep, that's it. Wolfgang, let's switch over then. Yep, and Cindy, you can share your screen now.
Let me. Can I just do the whole desktop or something so that when I.
Might as well.
And I'll do slideshow. I think I'm good.
Okay, now it's showing up in content.
Does that look better? Okay. A little bit of a delay, but okay, I think we're good now. Somebody let me know if it turns out we're not at some point. Yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you so much. I am honored to be here to present the keynote for EMWCon 2023. I am Cindy Chickalese. For those of you who don't know me, I know most of the people who are in the room, but there's a few new faces, and I don't know who's online and who will watch this later. So I am Cindy Chickalese. I am a principal engineer at the Wikimedia Foundation. Working in the platform engineering team, which is one of the teams that has primary responsibility for the MediaWiki core code base. Also a board member of the MediaWiki stakeholder group. I have been involved with the MediaWiki since 2008, when I worked for the MITRE Corporation, which is a federally funded research and development center. And I was working at that point on a robotics project where I was doing some embedded software development for large unmanned ground vehicles. And we used Robopedia as a wiki internal to MITRE to record information, knowledge about our robotics project. And thank you. And became interested in the wiki and knowledge management in addition to the robotics work I was doing, and transitioned onto the team that were for about 10 years at MITRE. I was involved in maintaining our MediaWiki infrastructure along with other team members. We had a development wiki farm, staging wiki farm, and a variety of production wiki farms. Also developed and maintained a suite of extensions that I still maintain as a volunteer on the side to this day. So was involved in the external, the non-Wikimedia, MediaWiki world for about 10 years before I was lucky enough to go inside the fold and join the Wikimedia Foundation first as a product manager. I thought it would be sort of cool. I thought we desperately needed a product manager for MediaWiki. And so I joined the foundation as a product manager, did that for a couple of years, realized almost from the first day that I missed being an engineer. So I was very fortunate to be able to transition back into a principal engineering role at that point. So I am now a principal engineer at the Wikimedia Foundation. And a couple of years before joining the foundation, I also joined the MediaWiki Stakeholder Group, which is a wonderful organization. If you go to the MediaWiki.org and search for MediaWiki Stakeholder Group, we have an element chat. We have monthly membership meetings where people talk about current events with MediaWiki and also answer questions. We also have been involved in helping to support and coordinate the last few EMWCon and SMWCon conferences. So that's sort of like the background, how I got here. What I want to talk to you about today is measuring MediaWiki usage. The basic question I'm going to be talking about is who's using MediaWiki? And how can we tell who's using MediaWiki? Customer number one for MediaWiki is, of course, Wikimedia projects, Wikipedia. MediaWiki was created to support Wikipedia, and it has in it many features in the code to support use of MediaWiki at that scale, at a massive scale, to support lots of editors, and even more readers of the content. But because it was made available to the world as an open source project, in addition to that, there are a number of people outside of the Wikimedia movement who are using the MediaWiki software as well. Many of them are in this room or are listening online. The vision statement for the Wikimedia Foundation is: imagine a world in which every single human can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. And that's an admirable and very broad goal. Most of the knowledge that is managed within Wikipedia and the other Wikimedia projects is knowledge that's considered to be Wikimedia knowledge, is the way I'll call it. Things, you know, there are notability standards, there are other bars one must cross in order to be able to have the data incorporated in those resources. And I'll argue that there's more knowledge in the world than fits inside of Wikimedia resources. And most of the people in this room know that because they're using MediaWiki for their own uses as well, and storing much knowledge that they don't want to put in Wikimedia sources. In other words, they're not trying to because they have either because privacy constraints or it's not notable enough for the whole world to want it, but very, very appropriate and important to people who need to use it. So then the question is, who is using MediaWiki? So I'll take a little bit of time to just talk about who is usage information important to. Who would benefit from knowing a little bit more about who's using MediaWiki? And I'll speak in my day job role as a principal engineer for the platform engineering team, working on MediaWiki core. It does help us to know when planning features, when supporting different features and deciding whether we want to continue to support features. It's helpful for us to know not just what the MediaWiki, what the Wikimedia, what the Wikimedia use case is, but also, since the software is made available as open source software, are particular features being used by others? Extension developers, I'm also, as I said, in that category. I've developed extensions. I continue to maintain extensions. I'll use pluggable Auth, one of the extensions that I developed and continue to maintain. I'll use that as an example throughout the talk. Extension developers need to know who are using their extensions so they know they want to continue to support. I constantly have questions for the end user. Would it be useful to have this feature in my extension? Is anybody going to use it, or should I stop, with and resources to maintain extensions? Where should I focus my energy? Product managers, both within the Wikimedia Foundation as well as product managers working on different consulting organizations, working on deciding what features that they want to focus on. Again, would be helpful to know. There isn't, as far as I know, really good sources of marketing information as far as how MediaWiki is used that could help inform some of these choices. Those who are administering either single wiki infrastructure or wiki farm infrastructure would be helpful to know how folks are using MediaWiki. Certainly the end user who's trying to decide how they want to make use of MediaWiki, what extensions they might want to use in their end product of developing a knowledge management application. And then executives who are making funding decisions as far as what to support. Where should their resources go? What should they spend time, money, resources on in developing? So I'm going to talk a little bit about different sources of MediaWiki usage information that exist today, and also where there are gaps in that information where we could use additional information. And there's a balance always between privacy for those who are using the software and may not want to share how they're using it, versus the benefits to the community at large in us knowing more about how the software is being used. So I'm going to talk about Pingback, which is a feature that's built into MediaWiki core. I'm going to talk about information that lives on the extension pages within the MediaWiki.org wiki. I'm going to talk about several dashboards that exist that aggregate information that's available from other sources. I'm going to talk about WikiApiary, which I've been very involved in the last month or so, and which is a great resource, but also desperately in need of love. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about examining and comparing different wikis that actually exist out there, to talk a little bit about a tool that I built that can help us get a little bit more information in comparison. And then we can talk a little bit about the future. So Pingback, and I do have a bunch of links. I put the slides of this up on the wiki afterwards so that you can access the links and follow them. So hold on. There we go. But if you go to MediaWiki.org to the WG Pingback manual page, it has this information. So built into MediaWiki core, and it's been there since 1.28, I believe, there is a capability to set a variable WG Pingback, a config variable, that will report to an event endpoint on MediaWiki.org information about an installation of MediaWiki. If you opt in, if you set WG Pingback to true, it will, the information that's stored in the database is a unique identifier for every wiki, what database version it's using, what MediaWiki version is running, PHP version, operating system, architecture, what hardware it's running on, and what web server, and the memory limit. So some basic configuration information about your wiki. Pingback was added in MediaWiki 1.28. It was updated in MediaWiki 1.31 to add a heartbeat every 30 days, and you'll see why in a few minutes. But Wiki has to report out that it's still alive every 30 days for it to be included in the statistics. Each wiki has a unique ID that gets generated so that over time you can tell that, with a pingback every 30 days, and also as you upgrade your wiki, you can tie that data together in the database and determine it's still anonymized because you can't trace the unique identifier back to the source of that wiki, but you can over time see what happens to a given wiki. The WG pingback config variable, it defaults to false. If you do nothing, your data will not be sent back. If you generate using the command line installer your local settings file, it will generate WG pingback equals false. If you use the web installer for MediaWiki, it will create a checkbox on the web installer, and it will by default have that box checked, which means it would set WG pingback to true unless you uncheck the checkbox. I encourage people to set WG pingback to true on their wikis so that we can gather more information. And then pingback.wmflabs.org is a site that, let me click on that. So this is a site that shows the aggregated information over time, and it generates a new data point on all of these graphs every week. And we're going to go take a little bit of a dive into those graphs. How do we get back? Okay. So pingback.wmf.labs will allow you to visualize the aggregate data over time that was captured through those pingback events. So the first graph I'll show you is just unique wikis. There are, as of March 26th of 2023, according to Pingback, 29,126 unique wikis that are reporting data and are reporting that they are still alive. So I'll tell you a couple things about this graph that you'll notice. The first thing you're going to notice is at the very beginning over here, there's the big cliff. That's when the heartbeat was added. Before that date, all of the data, once a wiki reported that it was alive, there was no way to know that it was no longer alive. So up until that point in 2018 in MediaWiki 1.30, that graph was just continuing to grow. So we added a 30-day heartbeat, and you can see that the graph plummeted down to less than 10,000 wikis at that point, and it's been growing back ever since. The other interesting feature of this graph, sometime in the fall of 2020, deep in the first year of the pandemic, somebody decided to spin up 40,000 MediaWiki instances. I can't say for sure that they were trying to do it because they wanted to ruin my beautiful graphs, but I feel like I have communication with this person somehow. They either spun up 40,000 unique MediaWiki instances, or they spun up and then cleared the database of a single wiki instance 40,000 times, or something in between. And that lovely little spike shows up in every graph that we're going to look at. So this is probably the graph that I look at the most often from these, and it shows per MediaWiki version how many wikis there are. And so you can see as of April 2nd of 2023, we have almost 8,000 instances of MediaWiki 1.39 out there. After that, 6,000 instances of 1.35. Does anybody have a guess as far as why 139 and 1.35 would be the top two? Go ahead.
They are the LTS version.
They are the currently supported LTS versions, yes. And most, I would argue most enterprise MediaWiki users tend to stick with the LTS versions.
What's
Yes.
LTS?
Long-term support. Thank you for asking that question. Yes, LTS are long-term support. And the most recently expired, what's the word? The most version, LTS version was 1.31. 1.35 is going to no longer be supported sometime within the next year. 1.39 is the current LTS version, and the next LTS will be 1.40.
Do you have statistics on how many people are running like a clone of the current latest that isn't tagged as a specific release?
So if you look in here, you can see 1.40. There are 340 instances of 1.40. And there are 33 instances of 1.41. So the way it works is the currently released, when we cut a branch, I got to be really careful because this gets really, the words, I will trip over my words. When we cut the branch for 1.40, which is going to be the next release that's going to be released in the coming months, and that 1.40 branch branched just within the last month, all of the Wikimedia wikis then start running 1.41 because there are weekly, the train runs weekly, there are weekly releases of 1.41, 1.41, WMF1, WMF2, WF3, it changes every week. So likely the 33 wikis that are reporting here running 1.41 are the first ones that got the 1.41 train. And the other ones, remember, because there's a 30-day heartbeat ping, some of them have not yet reported that they've been upgraded to 1.41, and so they're still reporting at 1.40. But there are also some other hardy souls who choose to run 1.40 from, the master branch, the main branch. And so that number is likely something more than just Wikimedia wikis. And we see that there's sort of a characteristic curve. And so this little beigeish, greenish, khaki line here is 1.35. And you'll notice it reaches a peak. These vertical lines are, I edit a metadata file every time there's a new MediaWiki release that will create a new line here showing when things are released. So it is likely that when it reached its peak here, 1.35, that the next LTS 1.39 was released. I believe that's what that peak is. And then 1.35 usage starts falling. And actually that might be when 1.36, at any rate, it falls, but it stops at a certain level and stays at that level because it is still an LTS. And so a lot of people are still running that 1.35 LTS. But then the non-LTS versions sort of go up and down. And then some people they'll install 1.38 and they will not get around to upgrading, and so there will always still be some. But now you see this orange line here starting to raise. That's 1.39, the next LTS. And right around here, it actually reached a point where it exceeded 1.35. And then you'll also notice over here that our friend who spun up 40,000 instances did it with MediaWiki 1.34. Thank you very much. You can see that most people, 27,757, most wikis, are running MySQL. There are some running SQLite and some running Postgres. Those are the only 3 databases currently that are in MediaWiki core. And our friend spun up 40,000 instances of Postgres.
If you look at the graph, it looks like that, but the data table is showing 400 and something versus 40,000.
Well, 400, let me go back. Right now, on March 2nd, there are 420. But back in the fall of 2020, briefly, there were 40,000 instances of Postgres. And the next is PHP versions. You can see by far most people are running PHP 7.4 still, 14,000. But there are an increasing number of people who are using PHP 8, and that's rising. And then a decreasing usage of PHP 7.3. So this gives you a sense, if you're trying to decide what PHP version, well, you should probably supports and what the deprecation schedule is for PHP. But you can also see whether it's likely that, is there anybody running PHP 8.2? Is it likely that it would work? And our friend was, I believe. Which operating system? Again, by far, Linux. 27,308 instances running Linux, except our friend was running FreeBSD. Memory, not surprising. Most people running on 64. I'm sorry, not memory. Architecture. 64-bit architecture. Most people, including our friend. And architecture. Most people running x86 64, except our friend was running AMD 64. Web server, most people running Apache, including our friend. I was actually a little surprised that Nginx is so far down there. And the last statistic is memory limit, which most people are running between 64 meg and 128. But our friend is between 256 and 512. So that's sort of a tour of the Pingback statistics, and they give you sort of a gestalt feeling of how people are running MediaWiki. For those people that have WG Pingback enabled, does anybody in this room know whether on their wiki farms they have WG Pingback enabled? I see a lot of confused stares and no hands raised in the air. Interesting. WG Pingback, since it's in less outgoing requests of that nature are blocked for some reason, would be able to operate sending the information out through a firewall. But unclear whether people have it configured that way. So the code that generates the points on those graphs is available on GitHub. You can see it, just a bunch of SQL queries. The annotations that I mentioned, where I edit a page on Meta every time there's a new MediaWiki release or security release, that's the graph annotations link there. Currently, the code in core that generates these events that are recorded in this database are using an old event logging endpoint that will likely need to be upgraded in the future, the infrastructure for it. Strengths of Pingback are that it gives us some basic version and configuration information and is generally privacy preserving. It's all anonymized aggregate data. But it tells us very little about, except for, what we just saw, what are the configuration settings? We certainly know what WG Pingback is set to true for these. But other than that, what configuration globals are set for a particular wiki? We don't know. It tells us nothing about how MediaWiki and the extensions are installed. Are they installed from the tarball? Are they installed from Git? Some other mechanism? Is it a Dockerized environment? We know none of that. And it tells us nothing about the extensions and skins that are loaded on those wikis, and tells us nothing about the usage. Is this wiki a toy wiki for 40,000 toy wikis that somebody spun up? Or is it an actively used wiki with lots of editors, with lots of readers? We don't know from this information. So what if I want to know more information about MediaWiki extensions and skins on and their usage in wikis? For example, let's say I'm trying to choose extensions that I want. I'm sure just about everybody in this room has at some point gone, should I install that extension? Should I install that skin, right? You have, and you want to know that that other people are using it, that it gets a lot of traffic, so that you know that generally it's as bug-free as possible, that it's robust, that you may want to know that it's maintained. If you're an extension developer, you want to know, is anybody really using my extension? That's would be sort of, if I'm spending my volunteer hours maintaining some code, unless it's useful for me, is it also useful for other people? First of all, because it's personally gratifying, but second of all, I've got other things I could be spending my time on too, right? Is this extension actively maintained? Sort of related to that first question, should I use this? It's committing to it, and if your users start using it within your wiki, you'd like to know that if there are any bugs found in it, that somebody's going to fix it. From the perspective of MediaWiki releases, there are a number of extensions that are bundled in with MediaWiki releases, and it would be useful to know what the usage of particular extensions were if you were trying to make a decision whether you were going to bundle something. And it's not just the Wikimedia Foundation that bundles things. The different what's the category for Canasta? The different deployment packages, Canasta, Meza, OpenCSP. There have been choices, and there's a number of different ones. There's actually some tags now on MediaWiki.org that show which groupings different extensions are involved in. So it's helpful to know what the usage of an extension is if you're trying to make decisions about whether to include a particular extension in your bundle. So what's information that we can get or that we can see on MediaWiki.org? MediaWiki.org has extension pages. They're maintained by extension authors and other volunteers who come and update information. I love it when I see a volunteer come and edit the extension page for one of my extensions to help clarify some of the wording, or to add another use case, or add some additional information. Very much in the wiki spirit, collaboratively edited pages, and it's wonderful. There is information now that is mined from extension.json and from the extension distributor site for the info boxes of the extensions on MediaWiki.org. We are fortunate enough to have Brian Wilf in the audience here. Brian, Gergo Tiza, and Sam Wilson all contributed to a tool, extension JSON uploader, which is amazing, and which goes and mines the extension.json file for all extensions that are currently listed, both in so the ones that are Garrett hosted, as well as there's also a repo hosted by the MediaWiki stakeholders group that lists extensions that are in a lot of other repos as well. And so those are indexed, those extension.jsons are read. And so the info box information on MediaWiki.org, I believe that runs every 10 minutes. And it generates a Lua table, which is on page module extension JSON. And you can actually go and look and see this huge Lua table that has information about all of the extensions. And then the Lua module extension then takes that information, creates a number of different Lua functions that are then invoked from the template, the extension template that generates the info box. In addition, a very recent feature of extension JSON uploader is the page popularity.json, which is generated. It's a subpage of template extension. I am not sure how often that is updated, but what it does is it takes in statistics from extension distributor and creates a JSON file so that now at the bottom of every info box is information that shows how often the extension is downloaded from using extension distributor. I'll note that extension distributor is only one way that people download extensions. This doesn't capture people who download directly from Git, but it is one measure of how folks use. This is the info box from Pluggable Auth. Most of the information there is pulled from the extension.json file using the tool that I just mentioned. When this was first deployed, the statistics, the download statistics, Pluggable Auth was the #1. I was shocked. I had no idea. It's now, I think, template styles and Pluggable Auth are jockeying for position between 1 and 2. So sadly, it's now the #2. That's amazing. And that makes me, as the maintainer of that extension, motivated to want to spend my free time working on that extension, right? Just that one, the info box, incredibly motivating. I'll say that the very first time that I open sourced an extension on Garrett back in 2012, I want to say, was when MITRE first submitted their, they developed extensions for some years before that, but then actually contributed them as open source. I uploaded them to Garrett. I went to sleep. I woke up the next morning, and one of my extensions had been translated into 11 languages. Oh my God, that was amazing. They love me. People care, right? So these are the kinds of things that will motivate extension developers to actually spend their time and continue to update their extensions. So so this is huge. I think that's amazing, and it's very helpful information. So I'll move on from the extension pages. There are, as I mentioned, a number of different dashboards that have additional information about Wikimedia usage, MediaWiki usage, extension usage. I'll just sort of present that, you know, there's a Grafana site with Grafana dashboards that you can go to. These are some live updated statistics of usage of Wikimedia projects, but there is also within that Grafana dashboard that same extension distributor information as far as the download statistics from extension distributor. This is for the release of the RHEL 139 branch. When it's all branches, the graph that's in the bottom left was timing out for me the other day. So the top graph is a little bit more interesting if you actually look at all releases, because it's got stacked bar charts of different releases. But if you do that, the one in the bottom left times out. You can actually go to the GitHub mirror that mirrors the Wikimedia repos on Garrett. And if you go there under graphs contributors, there are a number of different graphs that will also give you a different additional information about the extension and core support. There's a site, I don't even know how you pronounce this, Bitergia, I don't know. But the Bitergia, the whatever site, includes statistics about contributors, developer contributors to the various different repos. And I always enjoy looking and seeing names that I recognize from third-party contributors being right up there with their contributions. Dayan and Robert Vogel from Hello Welt are always up there as far as high contributors. So that brings me to WikiApiary. WikiApiary is an amazing and troubled site. It was created in December of 2012 by Jamie Thingolstad. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce his name. Again, things that you see written that you never try pronouncing out loud. He created it and maintained it for a number of years. He then moved on to other projects, and the MediaWiki stakeholders group agreed to take on management of it. We had it hosted inside on Wikimedia Cloud Services for a while. It was consuming a lot of resources, and it was consuming a domain name that which are precious resources, and decision was made to transition it within the last year, I want to say, off of the Wikimedia Cloud Services to an external. It's actually an Azure site. That process was not without pain that we have still not completely recovered from. It is not fully functional. So WikiApiary monitors wikis that have been contributed, that their URLs have been contributed either manually, or there are a number of bots that go out there and find wikis. For example, all the fandom wikis, as there's a page, at least one page per wiki that's created within WikiApiary. And then there are 2 bots that are hosted by WikiApiary that scrape sites. Everything has to be apiary, and apiary is a, so everything is bee related. The Bumblebee Wiki weekly will hit every wiki that's active or that's not defunct within, that has a page within WikiApiary, and it gets some basic statistics. Some of the things that Pingback did not give us are provided by the scraping of WikiApiary. There's also an audit bee that runs every hour. It picks 20 sites that have never been audited and 20 sites that haven't been audited recently, and it goes to see if they're still alive, and if they're not, it will mark them as defunct. The audit bee hasn't run for a while, or hadn't run for a while, and so there are a lot of sites that are not currently active that still have yet to be marked as defunct. Both of those scripts were dead for a while because of this hosting transition. We had a what's called a code jam on my team. We do this, we try to do it quarterly, where we work on some project for a week. People can choose what project they want to work on, and I chose WikiApiary last month because I really wanted to see it get back working again. And so spent some time getting with colleagues, Bill Perkle, who's on my team, spent a lot of time with me as well. And we worked to get the scripts up and working again for WikiApiary. And then did a little bit of tweaking on templates. The bottom right of your screen is a screen grab, part of the main page of WikiApiary. I'm not going to try and go to WikiApiary during this talk, first of all, because it's very slow and sometimes non-responsive. And you also have to be careful about which wikis you clicked on, because I was clicking through the wikis on the main page the other day and wound up with one with some very rude language. So I'm not going to do that in a live presentation. But the main statistics are shown in a little box on the main page. I would take them all with a grain of salt. It currently says that there are 45,000 active sites. I do know tracked extensions, 18,000 is not correct. It's double counting extensions. So that number is probably 9,000 or less. One of the issues that I found was I tried to so WikiApiary makes extensive use of Semantic MediaWiki. It is a very heavy, it is using Semantic MediaWiki for more than Semantic MediaWiki can handle. And there are a lot of things that really need to be done fundamentally to the model. But I tried rebuilding the Semantic MediaWiki statistics as part of the upgrade. One of the other things that we did in the last month is that we were running MediaWiki 1.30, I think. It wasn't even 1.31. So I upgraded to 1.31, to 1.35, to 1.39. Broke some things in that there used to be tabs on each of the pages to make things look visually better, but when I upgraded the foreground skin, it broke that. I tried to rebuild the semantic statistics, and after something like 5 days, it was only 4% through the semantic statistic rebuild. And so I, in the interest of being able to run other things, stopped that process. I firmly believe that the site needs to transition to using something, either dramatically change the way it's using Semantic MediaWiki or use something else. And I will say that as part of this being transitioned to the MediaWiki stakeholders group, Mark Hirschberger from the MediaWiki stakeholders group did talk to Jamie Fingelstad, who said if I had it to do all over again, I'm reporting this, I guess, third hand, but my understanding is he said if he had it to do all over again, he would choose not to use Semantic MediaWiki in the way it's being used. So, but of course, when it started, it was much smaller, right? Who knew that there would be so many sites and that it would be so successful? So notice it says 45,000 active sites, whereas Pingback was reporting 27,000 or so. So if that is accurate, then it's, it means that there are sites out there that are not reporting with Pingback. At a minimum, it says that. And this is just a part of the main page, showing some statistics about the different sites that are, how often they're edited, how many of the pages are changing, how the user numbers are changing. So it's got a wealth of information in it. I would love to get to the point where we can actually trust the information in it. This is from one of the pages for, I don't know which wiki, but a page for one of the wikis. You can see that it tells you some usage statistics, the total registered users, the current active users, the number of administrators, how many article pages there are, how many images, the total number of pages. I will note that the number of article pages and active pages can get, because of how they're calculated, they can actually get inaccurate over time. And we noticed, for example, that on WikiApiary itself, it was reporting that there were more article pages than there were actual pages on the wiki, which is impossible. So there is a script you can run that will fix those in the wiki. And then total edits, jobs, which I found was a little bit inaccurate when I actually tried to check. And then at the bottom, it'll say when the information, this particular wiki was last updated on April 13th. And then for each wiki, it also will list the extensions that are currently loaded on that wiki and which version. And you can click on each of those extensions and go to a page for the extension to see more information then about which wikis are using the extension, which is very interesting information. So, and it generates different graphs. So back again for pluggable auth, you can see, and this is very interesting to me as the developer of pluggable auth, that by far 90 or 79% of the people using pluggable auth are using version 5.7. There was a dramatic change in pluggable auth between version 5.7 and version 6 that involved, changing the configuration. It made it so that you could actually use multiple plugins simultaneously. I happen to think that was a huge improvement in the extension, but there are not many people that are using version 6 yet, probably because a lot of the users of pluggable auth requires that you use a particular plugin, authentication plugin with it. So it's sort of the glue code that makes it easier to use authentication plugins. I believe the most commonly used one is LDAP Authentication 2. Although I would probably, I think OpenID Connect is either becoming more used, or I would be interested to see the comparison in the usage numbers between those. I should probably go back and look at WikiApiary and see. But LDAP authentication does not yet, it should hopefully within the next month, but it does not yet support version 6 of pluggable auth. And so therefore that would keep a lot of people running version 5.7. So this is really interesting information. Version 7 has not actually been released yet. So the 7 wikis that claim to be running version 7 are there is because I was playing around on my own wiki farm with a development version of pluggable auth. And those 7 wikis are reporting that they're running version 7 of pluggable auth. It also gives a graph that shows the relationship between extension version and MediaWiki version. So you can see that, for example, many people who are running version 5.7 of pluggable auth are running it on MediaWiki 1.36, which is not even a supported version of MediaWiki anymore. So this also gives you other information. So for example, if I were thinking I'm planning to deprecate some features in one of my extensions, or deprecate support for a particular version of MediaWiki, it would be useful to go to this and look and say, well, how many people out there are still using my extension with that old version of MediaWiki? There is also a rating feature where folks can actually, not a whole lot of people have rated the extensions, but this could be the groundwork for future extension store that has people be able to, give some opinion about the utility of a particular extension. I happen to like this because one of the little tiny extensions that I haven't touched the code for in years, but I actually created the rating extension that creates those little stars and makes it so that you can actually use page forms to, well, actually, now page forms actually have stars, but before it did, you could use the semantic rating extension to be able to edit the stars. So at any rate, I don't know how many people actually, other than WikiApiary, use that extension anymore, but I like seeing the stars. Strengths of Wiki, wealth of information in it. Oh my gosh, so much. Every time I look at it and I think, oh gosh, we should really simplify this by just cutting this whole thing out. Then I start digging into the information. I'm like, wow, that's really interesting. And there is a small but dedicated group of volunteers populating and maintaining the site. Now that it's back up again, well, the first thing that we found was when we made it available again, is it absolutely got slammed by bots, brought it completely down to its knees again. And so we've had to block. Brian, again, has been incredibly helpful, as has Mark Hirschberger, in keeping the site up and running. I'm sorry, Brian Wolf, that Brian, not that Brian. Brian Hildebrand's always helpful too, but at any rate, so there are editors whom I do not know who they are, as is always true in the Wikimedia movement. There are folks that are going in and who are updating the templates on WikiApiary and making it more, trying to fix some of the things that got broken in the upgrade and to make it more useful. And then a number of different bots that are doing things like archiving, going to WikiApiary, finding new sites, and then archiving them to the Internet Archive. So that uses the WikiApiary data to use that as a byproduct. Also some other bots that are checking for activity and marking wikis on WikiApiary for how active they are as far as editing. So they might, for wikis that are not defunct, they're still there, they're still accessible, but there might be some that haven't been edited in years and so marks them as inactive. Limitations of WikiApiary. It doesn't know about a site unless it was contributed. You have to go, somebody, either a bot or a person needs to go and actually contribute. It can only scrape wikis that aren't from behind a firewall because the call comes from WikiApiary. There was UI breakage during the upgrades. It is absolutely abusing Semantic MediaWiki. There are frequent timeouts. There are inaccurate statistics. Rebuilding data might fix the product problems, but it takes too long to rebuild the data. I think we should probably try using Elasticsearch Semantic MediaWiki backend, but that takes resources too. The scripts are really inefficient. They hit the site multiple times to get different data when I think they could probably get it all in a single query. It stores information on subpages using a template invocation. I would really like to switch it to using something like what was discussed earlier, actually storing JSON in slots associated with the page, I think would be a huge win. You'd still have to then develop, have some SMW properties related to the JSON information, probably, although there are other possibilities for that as well. And it's super popular with bots, which is both a good thing and a bad thing, right? So it needs a model refresh. I am going to be at the Wikimedia Hackathon, which is going to be in Athens in late May. Mark Hirschberger is going to be there as well. Brian Wolf, I believe, is going to be there as well. And there are a few people who may spend some or all of their time working on WikiApiary there. If there's anybody listening who's coming, who is interested in doing that, working on it, that could be a good opportunity to, at least, I would like to have a discussion with the folks. So if anybody's out there listening, if you edit templates or have bots that run across WikiApiary, I would like to have a discussion about how we can evolve the site. I don't want to do anything that's going to break people's existing, well, maybe I do want to do things that are going to break people's existing usage of the site. But I don't want to do it without discussing it with them first. Okay, I'm rapidly running out of time, but I'm going to talk briefly about comparing wikis. There is an extension called Version Compare that I created several years ago to allow me to take two wikis and compare the extensions and skins that they ran, as well as the base, MediaWiki version, database version, PHP version, the MediaWiki API to get information about those wikis. And so I can do side-by-side comparisons. I created it so that I could compare, for example, if I had a development wiki farm and a production wiki farm, and I wanted to know, am I actually running the same code on the two? I could compare a wiki and see whether they had drifted at all. So the extension is available from Garrett. It's got a page on MediaWiki.org. There is a patch. Am I out of time, or do I have like 5 minutes? You can play around with it. I created a patch with new functionality just for this talk, because there was information I wanted that like the summary information and I'll give you an example here, the bottom 3 lines of this table that was not generated by it. So looking at English Wikipedia versus German Wikipedia, and let me actually be brave and click on the link to go, and this is running off of one of my wiki farms on Wikimedia Cloud Services. You can see that it's a special page. You put the API URL of the two wikis you want to compare. I'm probably going to change the wording of these 3 checkboxes because I'm the one who wrote this. And I have to stop and think, and I get them wrong every single time. They should be whether it shows something, not whether it hides something. I am an engineer. I am not a UI designer. If anybody also wants to make the user interface of this beautiful, it is not beautiful. Feel free to contribute. So what it does is it uses the MediaWiki API, compares side by side. You can see that English Wikipedia versus German Wikipedia, they share 119 extensions and skins, okay, that they have in common. But English Wikipedia uses 7 that are not used on German Wikipedia, and German Wikipedia uses 1 that's not. I'm going to be bold and say I am going to uncheck hide extensions that match, which is going to show extensions that don't match, I hope. But I'm telling you, I need to change the UI. And so if I click submit, it's going to go and it's going to query. And so this is now showing extensions that are the same on both of these platforms. And so we can see all of the common ones. So now if I wanted to show, oops, go back and show what are the differences between the two. I can do that by clicking this. And you can then do a side-by-side comparison of the extensions that they both have, or yeah, that they don't both have. I really need to fix those checkboxes. Okay, so it becomes interesting then if you want to say, you know, my wiki, am I running what English Wikipedia is running? Am I running what this other wiki is? You know, so this, I compare English Wikipedia, so as you can look at all of the, well, you can either generate these yourselves by going to the link, or I'm going to go sort of quickly through some of these, and you can visit them later. English Wikipedia versus Wikimedia Commons. You'll notice they share a number of the extensions, but there are some that are on English Wikipedia and some that are on Commons. But then I compared, for example, the Mirahi's, is that how we pronounce it? Mirahi's Wiki Farm, the MediaWiki on that Wiki Farm. And I noticed that there's 126 extensions on English Wikipedia and 111 on Mirahi's, but there's only 68 in common. 58 that are on English Wikipedia that are not on Mirahi's, and 43 that are on Mirahi's but are not on English Wikipedia. I compared the Fandom Community Wiki. The Fandom Community Wiki has 205 extensions and skins, and only 27 are shared between that and English Wikipedia. Which begs the question, one of the things that people often say is that in enterprises that they use MediaWiki because they want to use the same software that Wikipedia uses, right? Are they? I don't know. So then I compared Fandom, the Fandom Community Wiki, and Mirahi's MediaWiki, and they also only have 27 in common, which is interesting. I think it's a different 27 though. So I compared them. I started getting whimsical. The Magic the Gathering Wiki compared to the Fandom Community Wiki, and there were 160. So then I compared the League of Legends Wiki, 184 in common with the Magic the Gathering Wiki. One of my colleagues plays a cute little farming game called Stardew Valley and highly recommends their wiki. When you with the Magic the Gathering wiki, they only have 11 extensions in common, but there's only 25 extensions loaded on the Stardew Valley one. And then I had to compare, of course, Animal Crossing, the big game during the pandemic, right? There is Nookopedia, which Kevin Peravi, am I pronouncing his name correctly, was on a panel at last year's EMWCon, and he is instrumental in Nookopedia. And I compared that to, I found another, I think there are many Animal Crossing wikis. And there are only 31 extensions in common between the two of those. And then I compared, so we'll hear a lot about Canasta in the next couple days. So the Family Search Wiki is a Canasta wiki. And we also heard Charlie this morning talking about OpenCSP. So I compared the Family Search Canasta wiki with the OpenCSP demo wiki. And Family Search has 97 extensions and skins. OpenCSP has 49. They share 26 extensions in common. But there's 71 extensions that are on Family Search that are not in OpenCSP and 23 that are in OpenCSP that are not in Family Search. So questions that are still difficult to answer. What core features and configuration setting combinations are used? And nothing reports that. So what could we do if we wanted to make more of that information available? If I have a particular extension installed on my wiki, am I using it? I know that this was a question we had on our wiki farms at MITRE all the time. We wanted to perhaps undeploy an extension, but we weren't 100% sure whether we were actually using it or not. How can I find out if I'm actually using it? And if I am using it, am I using it a lot? Maybe I'm using it on one page and, you know, but right now you can't get that information easily. If I enable a particular extension, will it coexist with other extensions? Will there be conflicts with them? We don't really necessarily know that unless somebody has documented that for a particular pair of extensions somewhere. If I decide as an extension maintainer, I just don't have enough time to continue to support all of the features in my extension, and I want to drop a particular extension, which does periodically come up with my extensions, and I would love to kill a feature. Who am I going to affect by doing that? Is anybody actually using that feature? And that's true also about core flags. If we want to kill a flag in core, is there anybody out there that's actually using it? So what does that mean? You know, what could we do in the future? There has been a task open in Fabricator for years about having a Pingback version 2. Do we want to invest in that maybe? We definitely want to renovate WikiApiary. I think WikiApiary is an amazing resource. It's got a wealth of information in it. It's just sort of broken. And we really need to spend some time making it better. And there's also been discussion for years about creating an extension store, a real extension store that has really useful information. Past, you know, MediaWiki.org is great, and it's a lot better based upon the extension JSON tool. But it's still, you know, there are things that could be added. Maybe some of the things like ratings that are in WikiApiary, other features. There's a lot that we could do to get better information so that we could make more informed decisions going forward. And yeah, that's just, I had a bunch of backup beautiful wiki sites in case we wanted to visit any of them and compare them side by side, but we don't have time. But if anybody on a break wants to play with version compare and compare a few sites, we can. So that's the end of my talk. I am sorry I did go 8 minutes over. But I'm happy to answer any questions if we've got time.
So actually, we need to go to the grill. I think I was wrong. A lot of the meals, except for tomorrow's breakfast, I think, is going to be in the grill, not here.
Okay.
And they're waiting for us. So
Are they?
there are some questions for you
Okay.
ready. So maybe we can discuss it either at lunch or
Okay.
after, and then you can post those.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and I'll look and I'll put replies there.
Awesome. Thank you, Cindy.
Awesome. Thank you.
Can you stop sharing on there?
I can try, or I can let Yaron do it.
Yeah, so everybody run over to the grill and grab your hamburgers. There's a few Beyond Burger or fake meat for anybody that wants it, and the rest is just a burger bar.
Can we use that?
Yeah.
Where's the grill?
This one.
No,
It's nice to meet you.
I think you too.
I feel bad because the only time we ever actually spoke to each other was about removing Microsoft SQL Server from core, and I still feel bad. That whole thing went, it did not go down the way I wanted it to.
You're broadcasting, by the way.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
I still. Thank
The
you
world
for letting me know.
So I shouldn't start a list of everyone I hate.
Yeah, no.
Actually, maybe I shouldn't be joking.
Oh, yeah.
Broadcasting.
What are we broadcasting at?
I was just making a joke watching going through.
You might be able to do it, but when we talk about gender.
There you go.
Oh yeah, where'd he go? He knows he's up.
Yeah, he was on.
He went to put on his cowboy hat.
I chose to sit.
So I thought AI was today and tomorrow was this panel. Did it change or was that just like?
If it changed before I looked at it. Because I remember looking and going, oh, I'm not doing that, and now I'm panel.
Okay. Okay,
Or
sure.
should we wait?
Yeah, you're Oh, okay, yeah.
Double check if it's like.
I should be able to do it.
We're already broadcasting, but that's all right.
Oh, he did go to put his hat on.
Just preparing, yeah.
I'm trying to see. The picture's
okay.
so small, but
Although I
can see
cannot
that.
see you, Yaron, if you can scooch, just no, the other way, that way.
Or maybe tilt the camera a little bit.
Just slightly. Let me have you still in it. Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm still on there.
Okay. All right. Oh, you guys are ready.
Okay, yeah, we want to make sure the audio is audio.
Is that a word?
Yes.
Is
Audio is audio.
Yeah,
link.
There's a
Hello,
dictionary
hello.
article, so it
Okay.
must be real.
Even though people are trickling back from lunch, that's okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the people here and the people remotely around the world, maybe. My name is Yaron Koren. I'll be the moderator for this panel about MediaWiki administration. And I think it's a more exciting topic than it sounds.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Hopefully it won't get into the really technical aspects of like, which local settings variables to use and so forth. But let's see what happens. So here's the panel. If you could, I guess starting with Jeffrey, if you could say your name and why you deserve to be speaking on a panel on such an important topic.
My name is Wong, and so I'm the founder and CEO of MyWikis, which is a wiki host, and we host hundreds of wikis using MediaWiki. So MyWikis started, over 11 years ago, and I started my, career in MediaWiki as an administrator, right? I had to learn, how to create a MediaWiki instance, how to administer it via local settings. And then slowly my role progressed to how can we scale this to, more wikis? How do I help other wiki owners be able to do that? So my experience with administration has been actually a core component of what I do with MediaWiki. And it's really how I fell in love with the software as well. So I'm excited to share some of the insights I've gained over the past 12, 13 years.
I'm Cindy Chicolese. I am a principal engineer at the Wikimedia Foundation. And I've been at the foundation for almost 6 years. And prior to that, for 10 years, I worked at MITRE Corporation. And there I maintained several wiki farms and found that it was challenging to keep them updated, to deploy new software versions, to make sure that we were actually running consistent versions of software across the various different wiki farms, from development to staging to production, and some scripts in Ansible to manage deploying across wiki farms and keeping things updated. I then found out that at NASA, they were using Ansible for their Mesa infrastructure. So about the time I left MITRE and joined the foundation, I gave them some feedback based on things that were best practices that I learned over using Ansible to manage my wiki farms. I now maintain a very small wiki farm for basically my own personal use on Wikimedia Cloud Services, and am usually a little up with the versions because, you know, shoemakers, children, whatever. So I try to keep it updated. I have become enamored of Docker-based solutions, and also frustrated with Docker-based solutions to maintaining software. And I would love to see a future where there is more standardization in how people deploy wiki farms and keep them updated. And I think it would do wonders for the market reach of MediaWiki as a platform if it were easier for people to keep it updated and installed.
Hi, I'm Brian Wolf. I work for WikiText, which is a MediaWiki consulting firm. Previously, I used to work for the Wikimedia Foundation on the security team. I've been around MediaWiki for quite a long time now as a developer. And I'm happy to be here and talk about MediaWiki administrative stuff.
Cool. Hello, my name is Ryan Schmidt. I'm an independent contractor, I guess. I've been working with MediaWiki since 2007, first as a developer, having written quite a few extensions. Then I helped launch a wiki farm called ShellWiki, although I did not stay with them for very long. And these days I do contract as well as managed MediaWiki hosting for a handful of clients.
Cool. Great. I feel like we've learned a lot about MediaWiki administration already just from those introductions. But, well, so here's the first question. I'll throw it out. I don't. But okay, so a friend of yours comes to you and says, "I've just created my own micronation. I've done all the work. I just wrote the anthem, but now I want to make a wiki for it. So what would you recommend to them to do, and what pitfalls would you tell them to watch out for?"
I guess I can start with that one.
Sure.
First thing to do is, you need a platform to run it on. So you need a web server, you need a database server. Always best to stick with what's well known and well tested. So I would recommend Apache and MySQL. Beyond that, the installation guide on MediaWiki.org is pretty comprehensive, a little bit hard to follow at times, but if you do go step by step, it gives you a pretty good default install.
I guess I'll add on to that. So I'd probably first take a step back and ask some kind of product management type questions. And like, just based on a prompt, there's a lot of different things in different situations call for different things. So it depends, is this person a technical person? Do they want to host it themselves? Do they want to pay someone to host it themselves? Do they have the knowledge to host it themselves? Depending on that, there's different options they can take. Like maybe they are a technical person and wants to have the fun of hosting themselves. There's a lot of kind of self-service stuff they can do. But maybe it's not their knowledge area, or maybe it is, and they just have other more important things they want to work on. Running a micronation is hard. So maybe they want to hire someone. Maybe they want to use plots. Marahese is a pretty well-known one right now. And then if like I was helping them run it, I guess would also ask about what exactly they want to use the wiki for, and who is the people that are going to edit it. Because depending on the answers, you need different things, different extensions, different skins, different setup to like best meet the needs of whoever the target audience is. So I guess to conclude, it depends.
I guess I would have said a lot of the same things. I guess in the taking this a step back category, since we've defined this as a micro nation, I'm assuming it does not have sufficient reach to qualify for being a Wikimedia. At some point, it will transition from being a micronation to a, what would be one step above? I don't know, something, or an actual nation, and would have sufficient reach. So the first thing is, okay, so it's probably not an actual Wikimedia property. So then I would, go through the same thought process. Is it something that you want to manage yourself, or would you like somebody else to host it for you? And I think that's the very first question that you need to ask.
I would just say go to mywikis.com and pay. But in all seriousness, yes. So as the rest of the panelists have said, it really depends on the situation. But another, I think, suggestion I would offer is if you really do want to host yourself. I know there's been discussions, Ansible, Docker, etc. Yeah, running a micronation must be a very busy task, and so if you want to try out like a solution like Canasta, that would help, I think, a lot. But I think one of the biggest benefits of Canasta is that, a micronation is going to have a lot of specific page content that is going to follow a certain structure. And if other people have already built that structure, then you want to use existing, info boxes and other, content templates to kind of facilitate what you're looking for. So in that sense, I think Canasta is actually going to be a good option because you can import pages, you can use the page exchange extension, which your own helped develop, to import packages of pages, and that would make it significantly easier to import. But this is a really much you have to do and can do. These are just a few, pickings of what is going to be involved with doing the legwork. Choosing extensions, choosing the info boxes, modifying it, maybe creating a custom skin, a lot of things.
Cool. Okay, this is my second, hopefully last dumb question. So a month later, your friend comes to you and says, thanks for helping me, giving me that advice. Things are going great. Everybody wants to join my micronation. Problem is, the wiki's just getting overrun. It's getting like 1 million hits a day, and it's super slow, and I don't know what to do. Maybe it's my cool anthem that I made, but. So what advice would you give to the person at that point?
I'd have them talk to Brian because
I'd have them watch my presentation that's happening tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Where I present on this topic. To actually answer the question though, so there's a number of things. First and foremost, it's always important to measure, so it is very easy to try and fix the wrong thing and waste a lot of time doing that. So it's important to understand what your traffic patterns are, which part is actually the slow part of your site, and optimize that. In the description given, where you have a lot of people visiting your site, reading it, they're probably not logged in. The most typical and solution to that sort of thing is a CDN caching layer. In the MediaWiki world, that is usually Varnish, is the traditional option. Setting that up kind of is a layer where it answers website requests that are repetitive, that it's seen before, so that Your more complicated backend has some breathing room, and Varnish answers all the requests that are identical to the ones that came before. And that can really help if you have a wiki where you have a smaller number of editors that actually edit it and a large number of users that just view it. Wikipedia being the typical example where the number of people who read it far exceeds the number of people who edit it. So that's probably where it started. Does anyone else want to chime in?
Sure, I can chip in as well. Varnish is great when your site follows that pattern and you have mostly static pages. If you have a lot of dynamic content on your site where you want fresh data given to every visitor, perhaps a front-end cache CDN layer is not the right choice. Your server is getting overloaded. I think there's two things to look at. One is, do you actually need all that dynamic content on your site? If you can reduce that, or if you're okay with, say, maybe updating it once a day instead of on every page load, then you can go ahead and use Varnish or Nginx or whatever caching proxy you would like to use. Second is, if you do need that, then you're probably looking at either scaling up or scaling out. Exactly what that looks like will depend on your exact setup. If you're with a wiki farm, they probably already have something to accommodate that. If not, you may need to move off that farm. If you're hosting it yourself, it'll largely depend on how your platform is set up.
Here's some great points made. Cindy, do you want to chime in?
Sure. So I would say one other usage pattern I would advise them is make major announcements, be aware of spikes. The story that I'll tell is we were deploying a new wiki at MITRE, and a lot of care was given into how they were going to announce this new wiki, except they didn't think about what was going to happen when the announcement was made. And it was going to be sent out, but got sent out prematurely. And an email went to 6,000 employees with a link saying, hey, this great new feature is available, go here. And pretty much 6,000 or maybe 3,000 employees all clicked the link at exactly the same time and immediately killed the site, dead. So we did not have, we wound up going to a after that to help, adapt to spikes. But I would also give quite a bit of thought that if they're going to announce an update to their national anthem, or maybe, some, they will knight somebody and, everybody was going to be very excited, have a coronation. Probably they want to be very careful with how they announce it and not email all of the citizens of the micronation at the same time and have them click on a link that will kill the wiki.
But yeah, so awesome points made so far. Just to back up a little bit, I think a lot of, do-it-yourself MediaWiki administrators are going to choose like a shared hosting website. And at this point, if you're at the point where you're getting millions of page views per month, or even millions of page views per day, it might not be enough to handle it. So at that point, some of the stuff that were mentioned here, like Varnish, Squid, changing the dynamic content, to something different, I would recommend basically getting off of that and looking into solutions where you can manage more of it. I know that getting your own server and configuring all of these things is difficult. So there's a few approaches you can take with this. One is you can move to like a Docker-based solutions like Nasta. But the issue is, running on Docker can be quite expensive, and it's going to require a lot of resources compared to running on shared hosting. But then again, you have a lot more users now, so there's not really anything you can do about it other than you do have to scale up on resources. It's just that what do you call it? Docker itself can have a lot of administrative overhead because it controls containers. So another approach you could take instead is to use a cloud service, right? So like AWS or Azure. You could, use like a cloud MySQL, managed instance into SaaS product, right? You could also, try running your wikis on, instead of like running it on a VM, you could try running it on like a
bare metal.
No, not really, but because for cloud, probably more like a container-based solution. So like on Azure, be like Azure container instances, things like that. Later today, there'll be a presentation about how Microsoft, runs it, and we're gonna talk about how they use something a little different on Azure. But yeah, the key here is that there's a lot of ways to scale out and scale up, and it'll definitely have to involve getting out of that shared hosting mindset and just being able to apply all these different technologies like Varnish and things like that. But I think given that this the micronation probably has a lot of other things to do, I would probably recommend the Docker solution, like using Canasta, to be like the most time-effective solution. Whereas if you really want to optimize for it and you can control your cloud spending, then probably going for like Azure.
Yeah. Just briefly, Ryan, you said you were talking about. You explain what that means in this context, like what makes something.
Sure. Yeah. So in MediaWiki itself has a number of built-in caching layers to help reduce burden from the backend. One of these is called the parser cache. Normally, when you edit a page, it will to the final HTML, and every subsequent view for at least a little while will be served that cached HTML version instead of having to reparse the page in every view. There are a number of extensions that let you do dynamic queries, Semantic MediaWiki, Cargo, Dynamic Page List, as well as various extensions that will let you tweak the page based on the current user viewing the page, which sometimes will disable, or you might want to disable the parser cache for that in order so that every time you view the page, it'll rerun those queries, figure out who the current user is to be able to dynamically adjust the page content. However, this means you're now doing a lot more work on the web server for every time you view the wiki.
Yeah, okay. Cool. So one current and one former Wikimedia Foundation employee. This is always a topic of conversation. What's the Wikimedia Foundation done for us lately, and are they doing enough? Are they doing too much? Or for them, it's are we doing too much? I suppose. What are people's thoughts? I don't know if we should go in order again, but what are people's thoughts about the Wikimedia Foundation's support for third-party MediaWiki administrators? Maybe we'll just go. It's starting with Jeffrey again in order, I guess.
Actually, you can start with Brian.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, Brian, go ahead.
Okay.
Or Brian. Sorry, go ahead, Brian. Sorry, you're clearly.
Sure. Kind of a bit of a loaded question in a sense.
Sure.
It is what you want from them. Obviously, it is not the use case that is top of mind at Wikimedia. I mean, I haven't worked there for quite a few years, so I can't speak to what is currently happening, although I'm sure Cindy can talk about that. And I have heard that there's kind of more thoughts about the third-party use case recently than there were in the past. But ultimately, Wikimedia Foundation is going to always primarily be focused on hosting Wikipedia. And that's not going to change simply. And quite frankly, nor should it. Like, they have a job to do. And they can't solely think about like third-party hosting. Although I do think it's something that is like thought about from time to time, and having third parties be able to use MediaWiki is a helpful thing. So generally speaking, I think most of the effort is more on the trying not to be in the way rather than trying to help. And I mean, like not making sure not to intentionally break things. Ultimately, though, if you're an external host of MediaWiki, like part of that means that you're responsible for your own wiki and no one else's, including the Wikimedia Foundation. And if you have unique problems, you have to find unique solutions on your own. And I mean, I think that's pretty fair. Like, you know, when you do your own thing, you have to do your own thing, costs and benefits. Yeah, that's kind of just my general impression. As I said, I used to work at the Wikimedia Foundation, but that was like, things change. I can't really talk to the current state of things. But yeah, Cindy, do you want to go ahead?
But I sort of can.
Yes.
So I guess there are 3 points I want to make. The first being, when I made my transition from outside the foundation to inside the foundation, I was learning something about the Wikimedia infrastructure for running MediaWiki. I was really struck at the difference between how MediaWiki was run on the Wikimedia infrastructure from how we ran it at MITRE, how I knew that NASA was running it, how I knew how other hosts were running it, and was struck really by the difference in how it was deployed and by necessity, the layers of caching to run at Wikipedia scale it's intense, and it's not necessary in many third-party MediaWiki installs and would be overkill and too difficult to maintain. So there really is a fundamental difference in how the software can and should be run. And it's not the job of the Wikimedia Foundation, nor is it the area of expertise, I would say, of the Wikimedia Foundation to know and develop how third parties run the software. So I think it is important, you know, that's what these conferences are helpful for. That's what many of the meetings, you know, we've got the monthly meeting of the MediaWiki stakeholder group where people come and give advice to each other. I think it's important for the third-party MediaWiki community to come together and to share and document best practices for the deployment of MediaWiki in those environments. And it's not that the Wikimedia Foundation is derelict in their duty in doing that. It's really that that's not the environment that they're deploying it. So that's the first thing I want. The second thing is that we're in the process of annual planning right now for the coming year. And one of the things that our new CPTO, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Selena, has announced is that there's a plan for this, probably in October, probably on the West Coast, a meeting to talk about MediaWiki and the future of MediaWiki, what direction it should go in. And one of the issues on the table is third-party MediaWiki. Let's have a discussion about that. An opportunity for volunteer MediaWiki developers and third parties to participate in that meeting. I don't know how many people are going to be involved, but I think it would be great to have some of that discussion at that point as well. So, and continue this. And just the third point I wanted to make was one of the areas that I think there's much room for involvement in the third-party MediaWiki community is how MediaWiki releases should be made. Right now, there's a tarball that's put out for each release. Is that the best way for us to deploy MediaWiki for third parties? I'm curious, a show of hands of the people who are in front of me. How many of you in your local installations deploy MediaWiki from the? I see 2 out of 3. And how many people deploy MediaWiki in other ways, you know, pulling the code from Git, using something like Ansible to deploy it. Yeah, I said, you put your hand up for both of those. I saw that.
I meant to.
Yeah, okay. There are a lot of different ways to deploy the software. And I would argue that if folks are using the tarball, maybe it's because that's like the thing that is easiest for them to get, but maybe it's not actually the best way for them to get the software. I'm not sure what the best way to get the software is, but I'd be really interested to know from the people that actually are deploying wiki-based infrastructure in third-party environments. How do you want the software? And maybe y'all could somehow become more involved in the actual process of making those releases. It's not something that is or really should be a primary responsibility of the Wikimedia Foundation. It's wonderful that the foundation is making those releases available to third parties. But it's something I've wanted for a long time, is for third parties to get more actively involved in that process and perhaps even change the way that process exists.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because tarballs are really kind of like something from a previous era almost, right? Like, you know, you download the tarball, you upload it with FTP to your shared host, and like away you go, right? Like,
no,
you know, that's how it's done in, like, when I was a kid.
Yeah, right.
But it's not how it's done now.
Yeah, and I'd like to just kind of jump on to that point. The releases are actually a great example of a way that Wikimedia does support third parties. They don't really use them internally at all. They just deploy weekly from a rolling train. So the releases are cut just for third parties. The long-term support is kept around every 4 releases, primarily for the benefit of third-party enterprises. And that's a very good way that Wikimedia supports that, because that is not a resource-free endeavor on their end to be able to backport patches and the like. I'd say you also see support in development areas with code reviews, as well as even the MediaWiki.org site collecting all these extensions and documentation for things that benefit third parties that will never be used on Wikimedia. I'd say those are some very good ways that Wikimedia is supporting. There are also definitely ways that Wikimedia lacks support for third parties. So it's not like one particular, like they're all in or they're not all in. Different departments of Wikipedia and Wikimedia have different goals. And you see that in terms of where third-party support is strong and where it's a bit lacking.
And as a person on this panel with probably the least connection to the foundation, I have like a slightly different perspective from this. First, I want to make it clear how grateful everyone here is for the foundation in making this software publicly available as an open source software, right? And it's awesome. I mean, it literally changed my life. So who am I to, not be grateful for it? At the same time, it's important to realize that yes, the Wikimedia Foundation is not obligated to do any of this and is truly doing it out of open source software is popular for a reason, right? It provides benefits not only to those who use it, but also to those who develop it, namely in the form of additional contributions, right? And if MediaWiki weren't open source, not only would many websites be forced to use something else, but MediaWiki itself wouldn't get additional development work. So for instance, I'm not sure if many people know this, but there have been Microsoft employees who have been making contributions to the MediaWiki core and extensions code bases for several years. And this is essentially somewhat of a donation of developer time and effort from one of the largest companies in the world to MediaWiki. Not a monetary donation to the foundation, but rather enhancements to the software. And yes, I will admit that there are definitely, the point of those improvements is also to benefit Microsoft at the same time. but these changes are then backported into MediaWiki itself and can be enjoyed by everyone who uses it. So the foundation kind of faces a dilemma of how much do we want to actually support MediaWiki, the primary purpose of the foundation. But when pulling back support for it, we have to be careful here, because the more support you pull, the worse it's going to become for those third-party users and the less support that they will give. So later on in the talk, Microsoft uses MediaWiki. I'll allude to this now, but basically, we're going to enter a death spiral if we just keep pulling support. You know, you're going to have fewer users contributing as a result of fewer usage of it. And so I think this is a path that we want to be about going down. So I don't have that much, involvement with the foundation, but what I can say is, all in all, we want to be careful about how we're going to do this moving forward.
All right, very interesting. Well, we've been talking for a little over half an hour, so we're more than halfway through. I can keep asking my silly questions, but if anybody has questions in the audience or remotely, feel free to jump in. Oh yeah, James.
So you've worked specifically in product, specifically in MediaWiki, so I think you're the perfect person for this question. But what sort of user persona development around third-party MediaWiki uses has the foundation done? Like, to what extent does the foundation comprehend third-party MediaWiki users as a customer base?
I'll just repeat the question for people watching at home. Hopefully I paraphrase this correctly, but to what extent does the foundation create personas and take into account third-party users as MediaWiki
as like
customers?
Groups of users.
Yeah, right, as MediaWiki user groups.
I guess another way of asking this question would be, do you consider third-party use cases to be one giant bucket, or do you have more nuanced thinking around it?
Okay, yeah. Do you consider third-party use cases to be one giant bucket, or do you have a more nuanced view? And for those who aren't Cindy, should they? I guess.
I'll answer that question, I guess, two ways. The first way is that the Wikimedia Foundation is a very unique organization based upon my experience in other organizations. Mm-hmm. And it is by no means homogeneous. And what I have found is that there is a huge opinion on the topic of third-party MediaWiki, whether that be should third-party MediaWiki be supported, to how. If it should be supported, how should it be supported? Mm-hmm. And so there is no single persona for third-party MediaWiki that's considered, mm-hmm. because there's so many different people with so many different opinions. And I think that's one of the challenges that we've had. It was one of the challenges when I came in the door as product manager, was there was never a decision made on, do we support third-party MediaWiki? If so, how? Mm-hmm. What does third-party MediaWiki mean? I'm hoping, periodically you hear we're going to have this discussion. I've heard we're going to have that discussion in the next coming fiscal year. Mm-hmm. I would like to get an answer to that question. I think we're still going to have it, because of the nature of the organization, there's still going to be a diversity of opinions and a diversity of voices. But if we can get at least some sort of commitment to at least high-level answers to some of those questions, I think it would help the third-party community. I know one of the questions before I joined the foundation, when we were supporting government customers for the use of MediaWiki, one of the questions our customers often had is, what guarantee do we have that 5 years from now, MediaWiki is going to continue to exist as a software that we can base our knowledge management applications on? And the answer to that also was, none. There is no long-term commitment to it, except it's open source software. if it ceases to be supported as open source software by the Wikimedia Foundation, there's still always the opportunity for folks to fork and continue. I don't like that solution because I think there is huge benefit to working on the same code base together and having the benefits of more people contributing software. But you know, there is always that. The other aspect, when you talked about personas of support, there was another thought I had, and it's now escaping me. But does that sort of answer your question a little bit?
It kind of, I think it gives me a sense of how much structure there is to understanding third parties, which is to say there isn't a lot.
Yeah. And the other thing I want to talk about, often within the foundation, we talk about volunteer developers.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of different types of volunteer developers, and they volunteer in different ways.
And some of them aren't volunteers.
Well, some aren't volunteers. Some of them work for other companies and are contributing code, but from the perspective of the open source project, they're considered volunteer developers. Mm-hmm. There are folks who contribute to core. There are folks who contribute to core because they would like to see some feature in Wikimedia projects. There are folks who contribute to core because they'd like their own MediaWiki instance to behave in a certain way. Mm-hmm. There are folks who contribute to Wikimedia extensions, either because they want to affect the behavior on Wikimedia wikis or because they want to use a extension that happens to also be used by Wikimedia, but on their own wiki. There are folks who contribute to, like, many of the extensions, well, all of the extensions that I've developed and continue to maintain are those that are not Wikimedia extensions. They are not hosted on Wikimedia properties. And there are folks who continue to contribute to and maintain extensions that are outside. Then there are volunteer developers who develop tools that might be mining information from Wikimedia wikis to find information that then gets provided in other sources, or folks who are writing tools to edit Wikimedia wikis. There are volunteer developers who are writing tools that run against MediaWiki, but were never intended to run against Wikimedia wikis. So there's so many different, so in your question as far as what different personas are there are a lot of different personas for third parties who contribute to the MediaWiki software ecosystem. And it's not a one-size-fits-all thing.
Right.
Does anybody else want to add anything? Yeah.
Quick question. I know Cindy mentioned the fiscal year. What is the Wikimedia Foundation's fiscal year?
July to the end of June.
Got it. Thank you.
I would just also say that I really agree with the idea that there are more than one type of third-party user. Often third-party users are seen as just like a group that's very homogenous, but they're actually quite different. And like earlier, we were talking about, like, raise your hand if you use the tarball. And in some sense, not very many people did. But also we have to keep in mind the type of people who would come to a conference like this are probably not using a tarball. Because once you have a website to a certain maturity, deploying code by unzipping a tarball and shoving it on your server is just not how it's done. But it is an easy way to get into things when you're first starting. And like, those people probably don't come to this conference, but they might still exist. And then on the other hand, some people deploy with Git or fancier deploy systems. I mean, it always depends, but there's a lot of different types of users with lots of different types of needs, and third parties should not be viewed as just a single group who want to do one thing.
All right, cool. Looking at this laptop, Gary Foster from across the pond has a good question. I would like to see an installer like WordPress and Joomla, where when updating it is simply a click of a button. The way Joomla and WordPress do extension installs would be useful as well. It would make it more accessible for people who aren't necessarily technical. Well, it's not really a question at all. It's just.
I have thoughts.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Cindy.
I have thoughts. I actually used to maintain both Joomla and WordPress sites as a volunteer for the PTAs for my kids' schools. And the first time I had to do that and I had to update something and I just pushed a button, I'm like, shoot, why can't we do this in MediaWiki? That would be so much easier. And I've had conversations with folks within the foundation about that. And I have three conclusions based on that. I was told, oh, there are security implications for that. And oh my gosh, yes, there absolutely are security, but there are security implications for Joomla and WordPress for that as well. So I do think that security needs to be considered. I don't think that that's necessarily a invalidating condition, a deal breaker for being able to do that. My second point is something that I sort of realized in sort of ruminating about this, is that if you are using MediaWiki, and let's say you go to a special page for MediaWiki that lists all the extension, and there's a button there that says upgrade the extension, and you upgrade an extension to a version of an extension that's not compatible in some subtle way, so that it was not detected before you install it, that this extension is incompatible with your MediaWiki version, and you have then broken completely your MediaWiki and if you rely just on the front end to be able to upgrade your site, you have now broken your site and broken the tool that you use in order to maintain versions. So I strongly feel that if there were, and I think it would be wonderful if there were, a front-end way for you to manage your MediaWiki installation, it really needs to be a separate software application hosted side by side with your MediaWiki instance, but not using MediaWiki, because if it's possible for you to upgrade your extension and break your installation, you need to make sure that you can still use that interface to roll back the extension to whatever you had before. So yes, I think it would be wonderful, but I think it needs to be done judiciously, both from a security perspective as well as from a site maintainability extension. But other than that, I personally am all in. I think it would be fabulous. I don't see it happening anytime soon, but maybe that application that lives beside MediaWiki that allows you to is something that third-party installs folks could build.
I'd like to add that it might not be possible for MediaWiki itself to include this, but that's one of the problems that Canasta is trying to solve. And because it's designed, around Docker, and whenever Canasta is started up, it'll run update.php every single time. That update.php script is actually quite powerful because it provides you a non-interactive way of just updating the software to run the latest database schema changes, things like that. So because Canasta runs at every single time on startup, and if you pull a new version of the image whenever you want to upgrade MediaWiki, and because that update.php runs automatically, just really as simple as updating the image that you're using for that container for Canasta, and you'll be able to get that latest update without much interaction needed. Another thing is you can use the CLI to install and update Canasta. So that's a way to make things easier based on the Docker paradigm. I know that's not really a web install option, but if you really think about it, there's a lot of difficulties associated with that, and doing it like this is just the most straightforward way given the constraints that we have. And the reason why Canasta has requirements such as you have to have your own virtual machine that's capable of running Docker, that's a pretty high bar to set for people who usually are using like shared hosting, for instance. But we set that high bar because we want to you know, these options that are available. And basically we're saying, if you can provide this, we will give you everything else that you want. So yes, you're not going to get a web installer for updating for Canasta, but if you're okay with you know, adapting to what Canasta does, that'll be helpful in basically making the update process easier, is what I'm trying to guess you're doing. Because people will say what they want, but not why they want it. My guess is that you want it to be easier to update, not that you necessarily need to be able to do it through the web. So for that, Canasta basically has solved that problem already.
I would just add, security concerns are kind of legitimate if you have a system where from the interface you can update the site. That means that the web server has to have access to like the PHP files. It means that like you have a whole bunch of other worries if like the wrong user gets access. So it does make things quite a bit more complicated. But at the same time, security is always a trade-off. Viewing things as either insecure or secure is the wrong way of looking at it. You have to view if the risk is worth it. And for some users, the risk might be worth it to have an easier experience. Other users, the risk is definitely not worth it. Like Wikipedia, risk definitely not worth it. Third-party users, maybe that risk is worth it. Anyways, all I'm trying to say is, you know, different users have different needs, and perhaps MediaWiki is flexible enough to have an optional feature. Someone would have to write it, but in theory, like having it something that like you have to have and is always on, like that's not going to fly. But I don't see any reason in principle why MediaWiki can't have such a thing. If someone designed and built it well and made it optional, it could happen. Someone has to do it.
Yeah. Not
Ryan,
really.
do you want to add anything?
No, I think the other three pretty much covered everything I would want to say.
Cool. Okay, yeah, we got a question. Oh, sorry, Rich. Yeah.
So WikiText has, and I cut me off and say things I shouldn't, actually has an extension that adds a special page to like, hey, I want to update this extension that just runs like git pull in the server, but it's currently private. Would this be useful if this was like released publicly and it proved to meet other customers? Or because like I had considered, if you use this and then it breaks, you can't use that system to undo it. So having this as an option might tempt people to do it when, if they don't know how to revert themselves with the shell, they perhaps shouldn't. So would this be helpful? Or
So sorry, briefly, the question is that there's a super secret extension that lets you call it git pull. Should this ever see the light of day? Something like that.
I'm not sure if that's how I'd paraphrase the question. So there's this extension that like can update other extensions in the background, but the question was, would that be problematic because if it breaks your wiki, it's hard to undo? I mean, I again think this is a risk versus trade-off question, although not usually included in some ways, part of security. So it is really kind of the same sort of thing. Is this risk worth the trade-off? Is the easier updating worth the risk that you could totally explode your wiki? And like most risks, it's not just stops there. There's also the question of, can you mitigate this risk? And there are probably things one could do to make it less likely. Like for not the super young people in the crowd, but I don't know if you remember in older computers, when you want to change the screen resolution, it would, I mean, maybe it still does this. I don't think it does this anymore. It would say, here's your new screen resolution. If you don't click this button, 15 seconds, we're reverting back because we're assuming your monitor is totally broken.
It still does that.
Still does that?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe my Linux computer just doesn't do that because it assumes that I'm okay with things being broken.
Windows 11 still does that. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so like you can have similar things. You could have things that automatically like test after the upgrade to see if things seem totally broken. Never going to catch everything, but enough of something to make sure that it still works enough you can hit the revert button. Like there's ways to mitigate the risk. They aren't perfect, but they can change the risk equation from being unacceptable to acceptable. So, I mean, specific, devil's always in the details, but I don't think it's impossible. I do think it can be like something you have to think carefully about.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry. And another thing is this extension only updating itself, or is it updating other things as well? If it's a self-updater, you have a lot more control over that environment. You get to know whether or not it's actually more safe to do. Like if your extension doesn't have any database schema changes, you don't need to worry about pulling an update that then throws an exception because your schema is out of date. Whereas if you're updating other stuff, you can't make those guarantees. If you're updating yourself, you get to know that your extension.json is whatever version constraints are in there are relatively tested against whatever versions of MediaWiki you support. With other extensions, no guarantees there. So I'd say it really, as Brian mentioned, depends on the specifics as to whether or not something like that was safe. The other point is that's great for like deployment methodologies where somebody does just upload the tarball, uploads extension tarballs and wants to click on things to update. But if you say are managing your MediaWiki images with Canasta or other deployment methodologies where it's centrally managed, you probably don't want to expose the ability for a random user to self-update code outside of that process.
Yeah, it's important to remember that WordPress is a blog engine, right? And the assumption is that people running a WordPress bloggers and not like professional web administrators. So like professional web administrators probably don't want a one-click update. They want something that's repeatable, loggable, version controlled, and there's lots of good reasons for that and good things that come along with it, where less professional web administrators want a button they can just press. So again, different use cases for different people.
Yeah, I'll just add that two things. First of all, I love that analogy of the updating the display. I had never thought about that with respect to having this in MediaWiki, and I think that's a brilliant solution to that problem. I think that, having something where it would revert automatically if you didn't say something within X seconds, I think is a great option. But, in response to the early question of, should available, would people be interested in it? I will say that as somebody who maintains some wiki farms, I tend to play fast and loose quite often with, I'll go into the database and, delete from jobs, to clear the job queue, tweak things directly in there periodically when I have to. Not proud of that, but occasionally it's what you need to do. If you deployed if you made available an extension like that, there are folks who would use it. I would definitely mark caveats all over it, but I'm sure there would be people who would be very happy if you provided that to them as a tool.
These are excellent points, and just to finalize on this, I'm not sure if anyone here has actually used WordPress. It's okay if you're like betraying MediaWiki or whatever, but if you've tried upgrading WordPress or whatever, I don't know if anyone's tried it before, but have you guys bricked it before with the web updater? Because I have, and so I'll be quite frank, I don't really care about that concern. It's going to happen regardless of all the safeguards you put into it, as Brian said. So my opinion is just go for it. I think that sounds great. You can add some more mitigations to it, but it is going to happen. And if you go, search up like, oh no, my WordPress is in maintenance mode, how do I get it unstuck? There's it's very commonly.
Backups are for.
Yeah, this is a very commonly asked, question on Google. So it is going to happen. Things will happen, but instead of saying, "Oh, because this is going to happen, we should just avoid it," I say, "No, just go for it. Hope for the best. If it doesn't, then go Google it or ChatGPT it or
As we
Bing Chat
say
it."
in the industry, accept the risk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's got to be one with the risk, you know. So yeah.
Okay, very good. Well, that's the perfect time. It's been an hour. Thank you to all of our panelists. It was great. What's next?
If you unshare that, put it on break, and then we're gonna come back for Bernhard.
Oh, we're doing a break now.
Yeah.
Okay. Break time.
So the military of micro.
Oh,
To start a wiki, what advice would you?
Yeah, if this synchronization does too well, that's gonna be a problem. All right.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. We're getting set up right now, and we're going to have a quick talk by Bernhard about how to support Semantic MediaWiki. Bernhard, I think we can see you. Give your audio a test.
Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'll type it in here if you can't hear me.
Okay. Because I cannot hear anything, but
Give it one more second. Let's see if. Hey, Cindy, can you guys hear me or Bernhard on there? Yes? Okay. Is it me? Daniel, you can hear me and Bernhard? No. I knew it's supposed to be closed.
okay. So yeah, I was told I can be heard. So sorry for being a bit late. My name is Bernhard I'm here from Vienna, Austria. I am a MediaWiki consultant. Work at Knowledge Management Associates. And I just want to briefly mention sponsoring options for Semantic MediaWiki. This is a plan that we want to set up. The reason behind this is we have to face the situation that the main developer, MW James of Semantic MediaWiki, has left the project, as you know. So we were quite spoiled by him for the last, I think, almost decade. He was really doing a lot of development work. So now we have to move Semantic MediaWiki more into being a collaborative open source project, which it is, and it will continue. But my plan is to give those people and organizations who do a lot for Semantic MediaWiki more visibility. We have done this with the EMWCons, with sponsoring options. So we will do something like that on a general basis. So I plan to set up something like a sponsorship opportunity on semanticmediawiki.org, on the GitHub page for Semantic MediaWiki, and other options. So people or organizations can donate time and or money to the project. This is the first step to make those visible who are actively doing something, inviting others, of course, to join in. And we also want, this will be maybe a second step, we also want to give donors the possibility who maybe don't have personnel that they can spare, but they might have some funds that they can donate. We want to give them donation opportunities. How this will be done, I have some ideas about that. And because on Friday there is, as I've heard, a Create Camp. So if people are interested in signing up, I've put this idea on the Etherpad. So if people are interested in discussing with me in further detail how this could be done, I invite everybody to do so. Maybe around this time on Friday, we could start a discussion if anyone is interested. I plan to set this up within the next maybe 2 or 3 weeks. So I have some ideas already discussed with 2 or 3 people, and I would really like to go forward and try to make the whole also Semantic MediaWiki development more sustainable and more collaborative, and give the community more visibility. So this is basically it. This was just my announcement I wanted to make. I'm very sorry that I could not follow up on EMWCon this year so much. I will also be busy tomorrow, but on Friday on the Create Camp I have time. So if anyone is interested in discussing with me those opportunities and those ideas, I'll be happy. So thank you, and yeah, good luck with the rest of the conference.
Okay, thanks, Bernhard.
I guess really quick, I'm going to do a quick poll of the room to see if there's any questions in here, but maybe just go ahead and look at the element room and anything else and answer any questions that anybody might have. And up next, we have Stephen. I'm going to let him in right now with a talk about the Auth experiment, kind of an enigmatic name. Looking forward to the talk. Stephen, go ahead and share your screen and your audio. Stephen's coming on in just 1 second here. Maybe Stefan, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you and I can see you. I don't know if you're sharing anything yet.
No, I'm not sharing my screen, but I should do it right about now. So
yep, I can see that. And if you want to, if you want to make your screen bigger, if you just hide your own video, it'll take over the full screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I can do it right like this. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Brian, and hello everyone. My name is Stefan. I'm working as a spin function as a software engineer. You can find me anytime at stefan@spinfunction.com. And today I'm going to talk about an experiment that we did with the Wikimedia Foundation. That's in essence the ability to decouple MediaWiki authentication from the system in order to move the complexity of that to an external IDM provider. And yeah, I'm going to kind of jump right into it. I hope my slides, yep, I can see that you see my slides. So we're going to structure the talk around the segment framework. And for those of you who are not familiar with the framework, it's basically 6 questions you want to answer when you're trying to do something. It's quite popular in the enterprise architecture. And we are going to do a shorthand version of it today, just focusing on what, why, and how. And right up front, what this talk is about. So basically, we're going to state the hypothesis that, and I'm going to dive deeper into the actual situation on how kind of identity sharing inside Wikipedia works for a large set of MediaWiki instances. But we're going to go up front and say the hypothesis that decoupling of authentication from the MediaWiki, especially if you have a lot of them. So if you have a farm, or I mean, a lot of organizations are facing this problem in general, and decoupling the MediaWiki and moving the complexity from the MediaWiki to the IDM system using some extensions are going to help you manage your identities, especially if you have a large amount of identities. And as you all know, Wikipedia does have a large amount of identities. So again, just to state it up front, this is not about authorization or blocking infrastructure that currently exists on Wikipedia. This is purely about authentication, and this is purely about an experiment that we wanted to do. And it leads me slowly into the question, why? Why did we decided to do this experiment? Because of a large amount of uncertainty about whether that's going to help or not. There is an existing solution. I'm going to dive in a little bit, but we want to explore this as an option, identify potential challenges with doing that, maybe come up with solutions to them, or at least acknowledge them if possible. And all of this to kind of inform future decision making. Like, is this really feasible? And if it is, what it's going to take to do that? And kind of stating up front, we identified a lot of important things while doing this in general. Okay, so I kind of set the stage a little bit on why and what, and now we come to how. And about how it's a kind of pretty basic way. What we decided to do is that first we would go in and choose an IDM solution. So, and I'm talking about identity management. And I'm talking about identity management systems. Usually what people would mean about that is identity and access management. We're not talking about access management right now. So choose an IDM system, find a good open source solution that is well maintained to run this, and kind of contribute to it even if we need to. Then we would create a model of the solution, how we would take this huge existing user base and a lot of MediaWiki instances and try to kind of move this huge system into a new direction if we were to do it. And then we created a POC based on that. So what is the real working code? What are the potential challenges with writing that working code, and what it entails in general? And in order to do that, we're going to go through the why, and we're going to start with choosing an IDM. And stating up front, there are a lot of identity management solutions, open source identity management solutions that are pretty good, and or even best said, really good on the market. You can find and use. We've looked through a lot of them. Worth mentioning, good use case of this is Fandoms is actually doing that. They have a large set of MediaWikis and they're using Ori. There is one of the solutions that they use. In our case, we focused mostly on Keycloak as a pretty famous solution that is being used by a lot of organizations. Then there is an Apiary instance that are currently being ran on the infrastructure, so that could simplify a lot of things. And I intentionally added like a custom solution here as an option, because this was an option we have considered. But I'm going to move into my next slide, and you'll understand that custom solution already exists, and complexity of that solution is quite big. So we looked at a lot of things while trying to pick something for the experiment, and a lot of criteria. We used documentation, maintainability, extensibility was a large point because we needed to extend the solution to support our use case. That was kind of obvious from a get-go. So by going through things and doing simple pros and cons analysis, we ended up using the Keycloak for this experiment. And stating up front, as long as the IDM system supports the following capabilities I'm going to show you on the diagram, it's going to kind of do the job, because a lot of the things are with extensions and everything else that we used relies on the kind of protocols like OpenID Connect, so that makes that part interchangeable. So I'm going to start with a big problem, and the biggest problem that we have faced, that's migration of users. There is currently user base is really, really large, and it's being held inside the central Auth database. This is where I should start the stage a little bit. If you ever used Wikipedia, you would go to any Wikipedia, you would log in, or you would create an account, and you can use that account across all of the Wikipedias, right? And currently, extension called Central Auth, maybe a lot of you are familiar or unfamiliar with it, is being used to actually do the job, to share those user identities between the system. And you can see it in green on this diagram, on this model that I've created. And what we needed to do, and what was the kind of the stage of the problem, we would try to connect an IDM system. And this is, I'm going to circle back to the keynote that was done today by Cindy, saying that probable Auth is one of the most used extensions. You can guess what we have used for this particular experiment. We use Central Auth, pluggable Auth, sorry. I confused the extension name, Pluggable Auth and OpenID Connect to actually connect MediaWiki instance to the IDM system. So you can see we have a set of MediaWikis, and they are all connected to the central Auth database. And then we needed to figure out how would we even roll out like this IDM system to a single instance, because there's no rolling out the solution to every MediaWiki instance is at once is highly risky and complicated. Kind of predicting the law that is going to happen, maybe something will break. As much as you test things up front, when you go, like when you have this large kind of system this large, it's not as obvious to do it ever, like not as useful to do things all at once. So what we decided to do, like we'll do a 3-step plan and try to figure out whether we can implement this in code. So what ended up happening is that we took our ADM system and we connected it to the central database using so-called federation provider. And you might be familiar with those tools if you ever used Keycloak or any other identity manager. They usually have built-in, for example, LDAP providers that allows you to use your existing users in LDAP or any other kind of user management, identity management protocols right away. And one other things to mention on this diagram, there's violet squares. Those are not a separate things. This is basically extensions that we have added to the EDM system. I just wanted to highlight them as a big part of the solution, right? So idea is that we would roll this out to one MediaWiki instance, and we would use the user federation provider that's connected to the central Auth database, and then we would interact with the existing database to kind of give users the ability to use the credentials that they already have and continue business as usual, right? And at the same time, one other thing is that if it fails, we still have a rollback plan. So we kind of do a simple deployment, we turn off the extension, and everything goes back to be business as usual. And one of the things you'll see on this blog that MediaWiki is connected to the IDM system and the central Auth database at once. And that's intentional to have the backward compatibility between those. So if we go to MediaWiki number 1 and then I try to log into MediaWiki number 2, the same user or I create a user in MediaWiki number 1 or number 2, all of that is still interchangeable. I still can do my work, and if anything happens, I can roll back. And then moving on to the second part of the plan. And the second part of the plan was, now we start switching more MediaWiki instances, right? And they start using the IDM system. Then the problem arises is, well, this have not reduced the complexity, neither it moved the complexity nowhere. This created much more complexity than there was before in the beginning, right? So there should be an end goal. There should be something we're going to introduce that's going to move the complexity from the software to the IDM system. And one of the things that we kind of figured would be the way to do it is that we would start a synchronization job. So you can see this new violet square on the diagram. That's a user migration job. That's when we start migrating users from the central Auth database into the IDM system, while everything still stays backward compatible. So as a user, you don't know that some migration is happening. You don't see any kind of hiccups in your workflows. You continue your workflow as usual. Yeah, and there's that. And what else? One thing to mention, again, user migration job here is a part of the extension to the Keycloak that we have developed. I'm calling it an extension, but it's kind of user federation provider, and other federation provider like LDAP and other things allow you to synchronize users as well. So we just created that adaptation for a specific use case. And Now let's move into the happy ending, right? So assuming everything went well and everything works and we are kind of moving on with our lives, now we have users migrated from the central auth into an IDM system. Again, stating up front, this does not mean that central auth extension can be removed from the system. There's still a lot of functionality in it. This is just this is just a step to removing the authentication, decoupling it into a separate thing. And there are still a lot of things that needs to go on, but authentication and identity management in this hypothetical scenario in our POC was moved out of the system into the IDM system. And another cool thing we discovered along the way is, right, if you remember on the previous diagram, and I'm going to show it really briefly, we have this password hashing SPI. And we needed to support different hashing algorithms that currently exist in MediaWiki itself to allow users to use their existing credentials. What we figured out that during the migration, you can actually move the users from the database to database by changing the format and saving it, changing the format. It's being saved in the Keycloak database. And that's going to allow Keycloak to work with the existing algorithms, and it surprisingly well supports them, so that credentials are being moved and managed. And so in this scenario, as we said, we move the complexity into the IDM system that's being supported by people whose main job is identity management. And one of the other things I need to mention here as well is API usage. So one of the things you would probably heard of is API gateway is being actively developed to hide the API users. Well, not hide, probably not a proper word, to allow API users to query the different APIs through the API gateway, and to simplify the workflow of using the APIs. For those of you who used the APIs of MediaWiki, especially if in current foundations way there is a REST API and there's an Actions API, and you have to know your way around that. So hiding that behind the API gateway, we needed to support that use case as well. We needed to make sure that we can take this IDM system and plug it into the API gateway to support user authentication, as well as there is a possible support of development and new services, new API services that will live behind that API gateway, and then we provide the same identity management to them as well. And this is pretty much it from me. All of this to say, what I wanted to end on a little bit is that importance of running those kinds of experiments. It's not always possible. It doesn't look feasible a lot of the time, but you're creating the hypothesis, you validate the hypothesis, and then you adjust what you do. And maybe the code that we did and POCs that we did is never going to go into production. That's possible. But now all of the things that were unknown problems become known problems, and we identified them along the way. So that's going to help to make informed decision making in the future. And that's it from me. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thanks, Stefan. Give us a couple seconds here, because you're ahead of the presentation for both local and remote. So while it catches up, I'll see if there's any questions from the room.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hey, Stefan, if you can maybe just, can you read the question off, and then, let's see. Okay, you're just going to respond in the chat. Okay, so next step, we're going to have to switch over in a second, but we got Jeffrey Wang talking about Microsoft and MediaWiki.
Is the microphone here? Maybe. Okay. Okay.
You're good.
All right. Cool. So, hi everyone. My name is Jeffrey. This presentation. I'm a software engineer at Microsoft. I'm going to be going over a topic that many of you probably didn't expect me to. How just to start off with, if I can advance the slides. In the mid-2000s, Microsoft decided that we needed some sort of documentation system to store lots of information that our development teams are going to be using. So it started as a one-node server that lived just in a physical machine in one of the Redmond offices. This soon became unwieldy and it needed to be moved to a larger system. And it started to just support one division of Microsoft and then later expanded to support other divisions. So now today we have about 12 wikis and we have one wiki per vertical. So for instance, Azure is going to have a wiki, Windows, operating system has a wiki, Office has a wiki, Microsoft 365 has their own wiki, etc. And you pretty much just log in with Azure Active Directory. So every an AD account under our Microsoft tenant. And these wikis are maintained by a dedicated team, which we call the Cloud Wiki team. A select few users on the wiki are granted standard MediaWiki administrator and bureaucrat rights. So we don't really manage this through any Active Directory security groups. We just do it on the fly. But usually there's not really a need to do it, so we don't really care about that much. And I guess the important part that you guys are probably most interested in about is that it's customized to meet our needs. Yeah, so again, our wikis support Windows, Office, Bing, Azure, M365, etc. So it basically serves all across the company. Now, the biggest question that I know everyone is dying to ask is, why didn't we just use SharePoint or OneNote? I can't go into detail here, but I'll just say this, right? Hammers are used for screws. Whether you use nails or screws is up to you, right? But that's why one is for hammers, one are nails, one are screws. So do we still use SharePoint on OneNote internally? Well, of course we do, but they're used for different purposes. Usually each employee uses OneNote for themselves personally, and then OneNotes are shared to probably be like small teams wikis. We use Microsoft Teams extensively at Microsoft, obviously. And there is a function in Teams where you can have like an embedded, what they call a wiki, which is just a OneNote. That's edited by everybody. Whereas MediaWiki here is used for more org-wide content.
Can you switch to sharing the whole screen instead of your...
It is.
Oh, it is sharing the whole screen. Okay. It's showing both things. Maybe that's on purpose.
Oh, oops. Sorry.
Maybe.
On the video.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. All right, here, let me.
It's not a huge deal, but maybe it's an easy way.
Well, at least now you can see that I'm not like having any notes. I just am going off of this. So anyway, cool. Does this look better?
We'll know in 8 seconds.
All right, sounds good. Back to the presentation. What is the tech stack that we use here? So, okay, cool, awesome. No? All right, so overall, we run MediaWiki on Azure App Service, and this handles both the deployment of our MediaWiki like deployment package and the actual hosting of the wikis. Each wiki is going to have MySQL, Elasticsearch, and again, we authenticate via Azure Active Directory. The general architecture of this wiki, and this is like a slightly older document, but essentially we have several tenants, right? And they all run under one app service plan. They all authenticate with their AAD, and each tenant, which is basically each wiki in this case, has their own database, you know, their own Redis instance. And then within Microsoft, we use Azure Application Insights, which is like our telemetry system. This is public for everyone to use, by the way. And then we use Key Vault for storing secrets and things like that. We also use Azure Storage for storing our images. So we don't store them like on a VM or anything. We actually use HoloVelt's Windows Azure Storage extension. But more on extensions later. And then, yes, this was written when Parsoid was still its own separate node application. Of course, now we use you know, the built-in PHP Parsoid. So the biggest, I think, coolest thing about our usage of MediaWiki at Microsoft is we actually have used extensions, pardon the pun, but like extensively. We take a lot of open source extensions from the MediaWiki community whenever possible. In fact, people in this room have written extensions that Microsoft uses. And for internal needs, whenever extensions were not publicly available for our needs, we would just develop our own. So our intent was to increase productivity, increase engagement for editors of the wiki, and increase ease of use. What this means is, you know, if you're working in an enterprise environment, you certainly don't want to be working on wikis all the time. Your job is to code, or your job is to develop your product. So why bother, you know, editing the wiki at all? That is why Microsoft has added, has spent significant effort in creating extensions to increase productivity, etc. But a little bit more on that later. This is a list I took from our like about wiki. So we use quite a few extensions, some of which probably have no application outside of Microsoft. So like, for instance, the Microsoft Application Insights integration, I have never heard of Insights. But if you want to use it, you know, we have that extension to do so. We have quite a few internal extensions, like the credential scanner. We have something like that for security purposes internally. But then we also have, you know, extensions that you might not have seen, such as autosave, our cross-wiki search integration, Pandoc upload, page name verifier, page management dashboard, page info bar, and I'll go into a little bit more in detail about those. So first is our Pandoc upload extension. We have a lot of Word docs that need to be converted into wiki pages. So we added something on our upload page where you can just check a box. I know it's really hard to see on the projector. My apologies to people who are tuning in person. But essentially, there's this small checkbox here which says convert uploaded document to an article, and then you type in the box what article, what do you call it, name you want to have it be uploaded to. and then it uses Pandoc, once the file is uploaded, and it'll convert it into the wiki page. One huge thing that enterprises have been dealing with is who is a subject matter expert of a certain page? Who owns that page? And this is a huge, huge concept that has been like a persistent problem in MediaWiki, especially because there is currently no ubiquitous public extension that does this. So Microsoft, we took this matter into our own hands and we implemented this internal extension that provides page ownership and page management capabilities that go beyond what MediaWiki typically offers. So we have quite a few features on this extension. First, we have an automated quality determination that, as you can see on top, it says quality is great. And this uses a few parameters, which I don't remember off the top of my head, that is pre-computed and is displayed over there. So it's not a person going in and saying, oh yeah, this quality is great. It goes in and uses like some numbers and some statistics to determine whether the quality is good or not. The last edit indication shows, when this page was last updated, and that's extremely important to ensure that the wiki page is is recent and up to date. It also displays the page owner and whoever last edited the page. And if you press those links, they would link to Outlook to send an email to the person who either owns the page or edited it, so you can ask them questions. We also do make use of discussion topics using structured discussions. So we don't have regular talk pages, we do structured discussions. And you can see that there's like 6 unread comments over here. And you can just press on that to go to the forum of the page. And people actually do respond on there at times. And it's a great way to talk around things. And yes, finally, there's also that trash can icon that you can use to mark the page for deletion, which would be then handled by an administrator. Each user also can go to a special page called the Page Management Dashboard, and this contains information about like what pages you've edited, view pages by who owns that page, view pages in a certain category, view subpages under a page. These are just kind of centralized together for people to be able to more readily access this information. Because the name of the game is speed. We want to be able to find that documentation as quickly as possible. Another, I'm sorry, could you please not take pictures? Yes, thank you. My bad, but I would prefer we can talk about this later. So we have a system called, that we created. It's intended to increase engagement with the wiki. And I know I know why you want to take pictures. They're really, really cute, badges that you get for completing certain tasks. But this was, I think, implemented, I think in 2018, that will track basically, all the certain on the wiki, and it'll give you these badges. So like, this is what I see when I go on the wiki. I haven't edited this wiki because I don't work in the operating systems group, but if I did, it'd be, I'd get a few badges. Some examples here are a cobweb cleaner. Whenever you edit an old page, you're considered a cobweb cleaner. Modification Maverick. If you edit any page that has not been edited, this is less than 10 times, which should say fewer than 10 times. Sorry, we just, yeah, grammar, right? Yeah, and then these are descriptions I pulled from the wiki itself. But yeah, you can basically see that these badges are intended to get you to do like wiki maintenance things that are really crucial to maintaining the health of the wiki and to keep it up to date. And I guess it just incentivizes engineers to help out with that. So yeah, these icons are really cute. I really love it. And I didn't come up with the names either. I think Cobweb Clearer, Ardent Arborist, these are pretty nice. What is the future of this though? Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, as Nelly Furtado once said. So we are deprecating our MediaWiki websites in favor of a bespoke internal tool. So there's a few reasons behind this, actually a lot of reasons, but the main few reasons are we take web accessibility violations very, very seriously at Microsoft. I've never seen another organization So we have an automated tool that goes through all of our websites, all of our front-facing websites, regardless of whether they are only for internal consumption or whether they are for external consumption for our customers as well. Accessibility violation, we have to go and fix it. It's not something that we can just linger around. In the past, we've been, there has been exemptions made because we can't just fix MediaWiki very quickly. It's a huge piece of foundation to fix that. So it's been quite a downer for us because we have to really realistically address all of these. It's difficult to make patches to core MediaWiki to resolve things like this. The typical way that we work at Microsoft is that if someone tells us to do something, we have to do it. It's going to get merged in, eventually. But when the control of who gets to merge in those patches falls in an external organization's purview, it makes the job of our engineers difficult when we're supposed to address, issues that need to be resolved per company policy, but are unable to be done so. And last but not least, I think this is something I just realized off the bat of my head, like a few weeks ago, but we actually aren't supposed to be using Elasticsearch very much internally. It's actually prohibited software. Yeah, I think it's a security risk for us. But anyway, some of the exact issues we encountered are, an accessibility review found over 200 bugs. The dev team was able to fix about 65, but as of, I guess even now, we still have 173 open accessibility bugs. There were 88 PRs apparently that were submitted to the MediaWiki open source community, but only 54 of them were merged. And the problem is that at Microsoft, we need all 88 to be merged. 54 is unacceptable to us. And all of these PRs span multiple MediaWiki projects. It's core, it's extensions, and more. One thing you'll notice here is that we haven't gone and forked our own MediaWiki to run this. So we're really passionate about keeping up to date with real MediaWiki that the Wikimedia Foundation. And it has been discussed before whether we want to fork something or not, but ultimately it was decided not to because we're still able to add some contributions back to MediaWiki. It's just that it wasn't enough for us. Anyway, going back to this slide. So yeah, or no, that was the next point. Yeah, we just decided not to fork a copy of it. And yes, because it's just a lot of effort to keep a fork. So some of the accessibility issues that we encountered were related to the keyboard, right? If you press tab, the focus should be going to all the elements of the page, left to right, top to bottom. We take screen reader compatibility very seriously. It should be able to announce all the controls on the screen, including their status. If you're zooming in on something, the content should always be visible on the screen, not get overlapped. Color contrast, all the elements should be visible in high contrast mode, including focus. So these are, we can actually detect all of these issues programmatically, and all 4 of those kinds of issues were found. I believe some of them were related to OOUI, actually. These accessibility issues have been reported to Wikimedia Foundation, so they are aware of it. And recently did give a list of the violations that we found, anonymized to redact any Microsoft confidential information. But still, the amount of violations that we found on MediaWiki was just too much for us. So that was one reason why we had to move on from using it. So I'm sorry to bear that bad news to you all, but yeah, we are now winding down our use of MediaWiki internally. We are no longer actively developing our wikis. And therefore, we're also no longer developing our internal extensions. But as MediaWiki is open source, so can our extensions be. Thankfully, Microsoft in the past decade has moved towards open sourcing a lot of our code. In 2019 or something, we acquired GitHub, and that reaffirms our company's commitment to open source. And we have so many extensions that we would love to share with the community. And I'm happy to announce that almost all of our internally developed extensions have been approved to be open source. The way this works is the original team, they've now moved on to different things. So they won't be able to assist with open sourcing these extensions. I don't work for that team, by the way. I work in another part of Microsoft, but as a Microsoft FTE, I have the ability to participate in the development and maintenance of our open source projects. So basically volunteers from within Microsoft will be able to help take an internal review of the extensions that we have so far and spruce them up, remove anything that's confidential from them, and then we'll be able to release it publicly on GitHub. This will be purely done in our free time, so we really would appreciate your patience in doing so. I know this was first announced a few months ago, and still there has not been one extension that has been released yet, but that's because we're all busy with our day jobs, so we appreciate your patience with that. The logistics of this is when we release these extensions, they have to comply with our open source policies. So we've decided to release these extensions under the MIT license. They'll be hosted on GitHub under the official Microsoft organization, and it'll be on a monorepo to make compliance easy. So I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with monorepos, but basically it's saying that all of your code is actually going to just go on one big repository. And that diverges from the approach that other MediaWiki extensions take, which is every single extension has its own repo. And I understand that this is the way that we'd be doing this is not really the usual way that's releasing MediaWiki code, but it's because of our internal policies that our company policies that with which we must comply, that we've decided to make these decisions. And yes, the repository will be maintained by Microsoft FTEs. We're not allowed to simply release code out into the wild and say, have fun, good luck. We have to continue to maintain their, against like security vulnerabilities, things like that. Finally, editing these repos and contributing to them will require signing one of our contributor license agreements. Most contributions require you to agree to that, declaring that you have the right to and actually do grant us the ability to use your contribution. So you'll be able to access our open source extensions on github.com/microsoft/MediaWiki-extensions. And I consulted with the community a little bit to just get an idea of what kind of extensions y'all want. So the page ownership thing I think is pretty popular. Pandoc upload, personal page view history, RBAC, which is our role-based access control that we use based on Azure Active Directory security groups. I think I said we don't usually do that, but it is done for one or two of our wikis. We also have like a Stack Overflow search extension that might come in handy. Yeah. So, any questions? Yes.
So, as far as the reasons why you can't use MediaWiki anymore, I'm not here. Is with it, particularly with web accessibility, are those deficiencies in MediaWiki core, or can you obviate, or can you overcome them with a new skin that is totally accessible?
So the question is, are the accessibility issues within the core itself, or can we just make a skin over it? I'm not completely sure, but I imagine that OOUI is cross-skin, so that really wouldn't help much. Rich, you had a question?
Two, if I can. One is along the lines of, you mentioned bugs and policy violations.
Mm-hmm.
Are they violations of web standards, or are they violations of internal Microsoft standards?
Web standards.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Rich's question was, what is it violating our internal standards or generally accepted web standards for accessibility? Yeah.
Okay. Are they accessibility, like, is it 508? I'm not sure, but.
I believe so.
Like people with disabilities and, okay.
That's right.
So that's all, I think that's all fair.
Yeah.
And then my next question is when you had your list of extensions, the one that really popped out to me was the cross-wiki search.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, is there any way that you could put that to the top of the list?
Cross-wiki search. And Rich is interested in it. Yeah, sure, I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
Nick?
Thank you. So accessibility, fixing accessibility doesn't feel like a huge project. Do you think the foundation will make it happen within the next year or so?
So Nick said accessibility doesn't seem like a huge project. Can the foundation make it possible? First of all, I'd like to actually say that accessibility is a huge pain to deal with. A lot of teams internally at Microsoft dread accessibility compliance because it takes up so much of our time. We agree it's very, very important, but it's also a huge time sink.
Just one end.
Unfortunately, we have decided to move forward as an organization away from MediaWiki, and we will not be turning back on the decision. So unfortunately, it's a little too late for Microsoft, but I do hope that the Wikimedia Foundation can use what we have learned from our accessibility issues to be able to fix them in the future. Brian?
So not to go through the past, but to kind of reflect on it. I think a large part of the problem, I think there may have been in the past a communication breakdown about all this that is going on, because I suspect in the MediaWiki end, we're all not entirely sure what you're talking about with unclosed patches. Like, I'm aware of 3 currently, which is a very different perspective, I suppose, from the other side, where it seems like there's a huge failure to make that. And maybe there were back at the time, but just took a long time. Code review can be taught, and there's been lots of legitimate complaints about how code review works within MediaWiki,
Right,
and lots of problems. But I do think there was kind of a community,
right,
and it's not necessarily that people are more. I think lines got crossed for whatever reason.
Yeah. Let's try this again.
It wasn't anything on your side, but it just stopped broadcasting.
Okay. Let's just do this. This will be much safer. Yeah, well, maybe this. Okay. So organizations, they don't want to use MediaWiki's built-in system. They want to integrate it with their SSO platform. And thankfully, MediaWiki's Auth and session management code do allow for extensions to implement their own Auth mechanisms. The current approaches that we have, the primary one is pluggable Auth. I like to call it, I like to say that before pluggable Auth, we were in the dark ages of SSO, and people were nodding their heads, right? It was really bad. But once pluggable Auth came around, it was like a renaissance of SSO for MediaWiki. I know Cindy's going there laughing, but it really was. It can be used for so many SSO protocols, and it's easily adaptable to other SSO protocols as well, which is awesome. So it's a really flexible framework, and it sits on top of Auth and Session Manager and MediaWiki, and it makes the job for all of us other SSO, Auth integration extension developers much easier. And I have been on that end of the story as well. Whereas Auth remote user, it's usually used in cases where the session management is already being managed by the web server. It's a less common approach, but it requires cooperation with the web server. So usually you have to install something like your IIS or your Apache, some sort of modification. But what's missing from this? What if we want to support IDP-initiated authentication? Because right now, if you go on, like SAML or whatever, and you try to log in from the IDP's identity provider's portal, it's gonna probably be able to log in, but it'll like have some failure usually. It'll say like fatal error authenticating user, but you'll be logged in still. I don't know, kind of odd. What if we want to avoid using complicated SSO protocols like SAML? Because I guarantee you, if you've worked with SAML before, you pray that the next assignment will probably be like OpenID Connect or something like that. And what if we want to just reuse an existing authentication token that we got beforehand, right? Why do we have to go through the bother of having to do it all over again? I'm going to introduce a concept to you that's not unique to MediaWiki, but is commonly used in the auth world, JWTs. It stands for JSON Web Token. Ignore the JSON. I don't think it really applies here. It's you can just think of it as like a token standard. And a token represents a unique auth session.
The identity provider and consumed
by the service provider. In the context of this presentation, I'll just be referring to the session service provider as like MediaWiki, because MediaWiki in this case is our target service provider. Whereas the identity provider is something like, in feed and functions presentation beforehand, like that. So yeah, JWTs are useful for persisting auth session throughout the token's life, because that token is like, it's tangible text, and it's literally, you have that, you can use it to assert that you are, you have an authentication session. Whether it's valid or not, who knows, but you're asserting that it is one. You can reuse this token across multiple services, because all you have to do is just store it locally, like in a cache, and then just kind of apply it to whoever website is asking for it. And it avoids you having to authenticate with the IDP multiple times. So this is best for systems where users will be logged into several sites at once, including MediaWiki, and where sites are accessed from a central login system. I want to give an analogy comparing like SAML, OpenID Connect, OAuth, LDAP, etc. These all called the SSO protocols versus JWT. I'm going to try to speed through this as quickly as possible, but just bear with me. Thank you. So an authentication analogy would be like getting pulled over by the police, right? So the Department of Motor Vehicles in this case is the identity provider, because they know who you are. The driver is the user, and law enforcement would be the service provider. And they want, the police want to see who you are. If you're in the case of like an SSO protocol, that's like the police calling the DMV to manually verify whether you are who you claim to be. So that's a really long, drawn out process. You have to go across multiple people. Whereas if you have a driver license like we all do, which you're supposed to have when you're driving, right? That's like a JWT. That driver license is enough to convey your identity. And unless it's forged, which is a problem, right? But usually it's not forged. The police will say, okay, yeah, this looks like a valid, driver license. Now I trust who you are.
Or suspended. Or suspended.
Or it's suspended, yeah. So in this case, the driver license is like the JSON Web Token. For authorization, it's like permission to go on field trips. So usually, I mean, in the US, right, when we were young and we had to go on field trips, we had to take a form back from school and have mom and dad sign that to let you be able to take back to school and be able to go on that field trip. So if you're using like a traditional SSO protocol that involves all this back and forth with IDPs and SPs, that's like the school like going to actually ask the parents whether the child can go on the field trip. Whereas for JWTs, that field trip permission slip is basically the JWT here, and that's what we use, right? Because it's a lot more convenient. So using JWTs in MediaWiki wasn't really that obvious. I would say not even feasible until now, but we have a new JWT auth extension that I'm happy to announce. It does not depend on other MediaWiki extensions, so it does not use pluggable auth as a base. And I'm really sorry, Cindy, but there are reasons behind that. It uses Firebase's PHP JWT library, and it uses Session Manager in MediaWiki, but not Auth Manager. Because Auth Manager has this very rigid process that they expect you to adhere to, and it's not very easily compatible with the way that JWT authentication usually works. So what happens is the IDP will directly send a post request containing the JWT to the Wiki's special JWT login page. So you probably log in on your IDP, and then it'll redirect you with the token, the JWT token that it made, to this special JWT login page on the Wiki. If the JWT is valid, this extension will authenticate you into the Wiki, and MediaWiki will then recognize you as authenticated. If the JWT contains authorization info, then we'll also assign the user groups as necessary. But how do we know it's valid? How do we know that that permission slip's not forged? How do we know that that driver license is not forged, right? JWTs need to be signed. So, we can, since we're low on time, I'll just, say that we have different encryption algorithms that you can use, but basically that's how we know that the JWT is not forged.
On the MediaWiki page.
And I'll take questions on Hopin in the interest of time, so I'll answer those later. But yeah, just thank you very much, guys, for bearing with me, and I hope if this is helpful.
One question. Yeah, you can have some of my time.
Oh, I appreciate it, Daniel. Wow, that's very kind of you. Okay, the next. Let me borrow some of his time. Thank you very much. Any questions then? Cindy?
Do you handle JWTs that are revoked?
Do we handle JWTs that are revoked? So because we use the Firebase JWT library, it includes all that logic already. So wait, no, revoked by the actual system. No, because I think, yeah, because it's a one-way street. Yeah.
Which is sort of the analogy of the suspended driver's license, that the police officer will look at your license and they can see that it was valid when it was issued.
Right.
But
yeah.
they can't see whether it was revoked because you had a DWI or other reason. And in that case, they would have to still call back and find out if the license is still valid.
That is true. That is true. And that's why if we're taking this approach, I know some companies, they have to take this approach, because it's just unfeasible otherwise. But the best way to kind of go around that is to make your sessions as short as possible. So usually like 8 hours for the work day. And then after that, you'd have to re-authenticate.
What if the single sign-on platform was revoked? So
not with the JWT.
That would be the higher level protocol usually.
Yeah, I guess in our case it wouldn't matter because we wouldn't be able to get on the actual platform without being signed on with the valid cert.
Yeah.
So then the valid cert would generate your new JWT, which would reset your data or reset your groups.
And then that JWT would be valid until the next time it's.
Yeah.
So even if it got revoked, I guess I would have to immediately put in revoked to JWT, just like
Yeah. So that's the only bad part of it is we don't really, have a two-way street here. So it's one-way communication. So yeah. Good life story, right? Like, how do you prevent people forging stuff and how do you, revoke it remotely? It's hard to do. Yeah. But that's a good point. But yeah, the extension is definitely going to be, oh, that's it. There's more, proposals in the line for how we're going to develop this further.
Yeah, if I understood right, is that to say that the user gets the token and the user provides it to MediaWiki such that MediaWiki never has to interact with the IDP directly?
So the question is, does the SSO system just hand off the token to the user so the user can take it to MediaWiki and MediaWiki doesn't have to interact with the Auth system? Sure. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's like, when I'm going to school and my mom says, hey, it's Teacher Appreciation Week, you should bring this gift card with you to give to your teacher. It's like that. I give the gift card, but it's just like in my backpack. I don't do anything special with it. I just carry it on my course to go to school. Same thing here. The user, it's seamless for the user. They just, on their login system, their IDP, they'll just log in and it'll redirect them seamlessly to the JWT login page on MediaWiki and that'll log them in. Yeah. So yes, there is that JWT that's conveyed through, but it's seamless. They don't even see it. It's a hidden, post HTTP request. Yeah.
So the way the SAML integration that I'm familiar with works is that the user tries to visit the MediaWiki site. The MediaWiki site looks for the SAML response or a secure session that's already in place. And if it's not there, it redirects them to the IDP, establishes the secure session, and then consumes the attributes and lets them in.
Yeah.
Yes. And I guess what I'm struggling with is what you described. They sound like approaches. And I understand there may be some differences. Yeah, you had the process. Not so much the analogy, but if you could go to that process chart that you showed. Yeah, so you three-step process, right? The IDP sends the post request. So that happens. So that's to say the user has to get the token first and then try to go to the application.
Yes. So yeah, they should be initializing their login request from this centralized system itself. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that actually sounds a little bit more complicated than the SAML approach that our organization is currently using. I'm trying to figure out where the trade space is.
I would say it's slightly different, and in some cases, if you're starting from the IDP itself, it's actually easier. You know, there's no like pass back and everything like that. It's just a one-way street. Yeah. Now, Cindy, of course, mentioned the drawback that you can't revoke tokens. Like once they're issued, they're just out, right? It's like US dollars, right? I mean, technically there is a way to revoke the validity of them, but you know, let's say that I go to Jerome Powell's, you know, whatever, he prints off $100 million for me, like he has done in the past few years, and I take that and then I, you know, buy illicit drugs with it. Well, he can't just invalidate those dollar bills, you know, that's they're just out there. That's the drawback, but that's just the way it is, you know. So that's why I prefer to just, you know, say like, yeah, you know, sometimes you need to revoke them, but in that case, keep your sessions short, right? That's the biggest thing. So everything is powerful, right? A knife in the kitchen is dangerous, but only if used in the wrong way. If used the right way, it creates some great food. Yeah. And thank you so much, Daniel, for giving me your time. I'd like to just pass on to him in the interest of his generosity. Thank you, guys.
Very good.
Great. Yeah, well, that certainly captured a lot of people's imagination, I think, that little impromptu talk. Yeah, two very interesting talks. So, Daniel, okay, you're coming up. Get my, let me get your...
Back on stage, if you click.
Yeah, you can just click on it. Okay.
I just hit share here.
Oh, no need. It's already sharing, I think.
Oh no, that's fine. Yeah.
Slideshow.
And then go back to hop in.
Go back. Yeah.
And share screen. That little computer thing with the red line. Yep.
Entire screen. Entire screen might be better, no?
Maybe
Yeah,
not. it's
window. No, I don't know. Let's see.
Okay.
In the backstage, let me just make sure it looks good. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. You can see it on YouTube, on Hopin, and in person.
Yep.
Okay. First, real quick, anyone here named Michael? Mike? No? Okay. Figured I'd start with a mic check. Anyway, I'm here to talk about what is Enterprise MediaWiki, this conference that we're all here for, and what I wish I had known when I first joined WikiTech back in January. So they are my current employer, and forgot to introduce myself. I'm Daniel. So a brief outline of what I'll be going over in the next 20 minutes. First, I'll start with, am I standing in the right place? No. I'll start with what my introduction to MediaWiki was, how I first learned about this software and then got involved. Then I'll define some terms because we have to have a shared basis of what words mean before we can use them. Then I'll say, here's what Enterprise MediaWiki includes, because it's a lot. And then I'll conclude with some questions. Am I still staying in the right place?
Nope.
So my first impression of the MediaWiki software came around a decade ago in the aftermath of the Boston Marathon bombing, when my parents told me a story about a family friend who had been running that race. Thankfully, she was not in the blast radius, but she wasn't able to finish the race. Like, they stopped it. She came
so close, like agonizingly close, half a mile from the end. So what did her friends do? They changed the definition of a marathon. Because obviously Wikipedia is the source of truth. So this was the first lesson I learned from this story, that when they say anyone can edit, there's a very low threshold to start. You don't even have to create an account. This was done by an IP. The second lesson I learned came after this was reverted. Obviously, it's incorrect, as much as we wish the race were shorter. And reverted, and you know how edit wars work. And so the article was protected. Within the software, there is functionality to protect pages. I would have assumed, like, yes, not everyone can edit the main page, but this was when I realized, hey, it's part of the front-end functionality. It's more than just a static encyclopedia. It can be changed by people, and the permissions needed to edit pages can be changed. So there's much more than just the page and editing it. So what is entailed in Enterprise MediaWiki? Having gotten this introduction, I then went and looked at some terms. You know, have to have a shared basis. Enterprise. The Oxford English Dictionary says an enterprise is a commercial or industrial undertaking, a firm, a company, a business. Not the wikis I have on my computer, but the wikis that are on the web for companies. The Wikimedia Foundation, or WMF, is a nonprofit. They host Wikipedia. They do a lot of other stuff. They host Wikibooks, they do a lot. Fabricator is the bug tracker they use. If you see fab : something, that is a specific bug that I'm referencing in case you look at details. Is this software. It powers Wikipedia, it powers a lot of things. Core is the plain MediaWiki without all of the extensions and extra functionality. If you want to include one skin, I'd still consider that core because you have to be able to view the pages. And given how easily MediaWiki and Wikimedia are confused, I figure that MediaWiki and WikiApiary are probably reserved for some future use. Yes? No? I don't know. Is the foundation planning on rebranding itself again? So with these terms, what is Enterprise MediaWiki? What is the business use of this software? Hosting, it's development, it's maintenance, it's a help desk, and it's a lot more. It's asterisk, anything you want. It's anything that a client is willing to pay for, essentially, because we are providing software as a service, business. And this is not what my impression was of MediaWiki when I was just a talk page stalker looking through org or looking at some discussions on the Wikipedia. All Wikimedia deployed extensions and some extensions that are MediaWiki that aren't Wikimedia deployed on Garrett. And like looking through all this, there are considerations that the foundation has that Enterprise MediaWiki doesn't, performance necessary, and there are considerations that Enterprise MediaWiki has that the foundation doesn't, because it's supposed to provide knowledge and not make money. So at WikiTech, we develop and target the long-term support branches of MediaWiki, which come out roughly every two years, which is a slower life cycle. The major versions are released every 6 months, in theory. Gets code updated every week with the train, usually on Thursday. So it's a new features aren't available immediately. If you request a feature and it gets implemented, we can give that to clients, unless it's backported, 2 years from now, less maybe. And there are documentation challenges. If I want to go see how a hook is used or what the extension schema is, code search will show me the current branch, the master branch or main branch, as we're master. MediaWiki.org will show documentation for how things currently should be used. And yes, you can look in the history, but every link will then take you to the current version of a page. And it's a lot harder, there's more challenges. It's harder to see what the state of the code. I'm trying to debug who's running 1.35 code. The clients themselves should be bug-free. So there are some challenges staying on after changes have been made. And obviously, if you're staying on long-term support, you can update every 2 years. And there are some challenges with that. I spent a couple hours working on the Semantic Watchlist extension, which allows custom watch lists on Semantic MediaWiki properties and concepts. And after having not been touched for essentially 2 years, there were a lot of things that needed to be fixed. And yes, PHP will tell you, oh, you can't call that, the function doesn't exist, or you're missing an argument, or that class doesn't exist. What it will not tell you, however, is if you are registering a hook handler for a hook that no longer exists. Because hook is if and when this hook is called, please run my code, rather than when this hook is called, please run my code. There's actually a task already created on Fabricator to validate whether or not extension hook registration corresponds to hooks that exist, because central auth, which is deployed on the Wikimedia servers and thus has active maintenance, was running for a while, or was listening for a while to a hook that didn't exist. It was just like by the wrong name, or maybe it had been renamed, maybe it had never existed, but it's a silent failure. It just doesn't happen, and there's no explanation why. We could try to shift this to a run this code when this hook is run, and validate every hook registration. And then for hooks that are conditional on extensions, you enforce that whether or not you check whether or not the extension that'll run that hook is installed before you register it. This is an idea. I don't know if it will ever happen. I certainly don't have the time to implement it, but that might help just create a message. Hey, the reason your user menu isn't updating with a link is because that hook that you were waiting for doesn't exist. If you're listening to the wrong hook, your code can be perfect, it'll just never run. Now, this is just like some clients that are on long-term support. But if you take a step back and look at the multiple clients that WikiTech has, there's a lot of variety, especially when you compare that to what the Wikimedia Foundation has. If you go to the English Wikipedia or the German Wikipedia or the French Wikibooks or even MediaWiki Commons, they all have roughly the same structure. Yes, Commons has a lot of images, and yes, Wikidata is special in that it's organized around data instead of WikiText pages for the main namespace. But other than that, they look the same. We saw with the version compare that the extensions used are very similar. But when you get to the enterprise world and you have clients that want different things, there's much more variety. For example, the review requirements to get a extension deployed on the Wikimedia servers has to go through some review, including security. And I believe my colleague Brian was on the security team. Like, you have to check, hey, this isn't. Most recent security review that I saw was for the Real Me extension. It's just going to add the ability to say, hey, this is the real me on your user page, some kind of link specification. And that had to go through a whole review. On the other hand, there's the widget extension, which allows defining custom whenever that widget is transcluded, which, depending on what the widget editors do, can bypass essentially all of the security you do everywhere else. And that would probably never be deployed on the Foundation servers. So there's a big variety. There's also performance requirements. Brian measuring that performance, and I'm looking forward to it. But with wikis where you have 100 edits in a week instead of how much does Wikidata get, 1 million in a week, there's a much bigger focus in the enterprise world on let's just get it to work. We don't need to support 1 million people if there aren't going to be that many. We just do what the client asks for, and if they need support for more performance because their wiki is growing, we can do that. But we don't do the huge optimizations that are needed on the Foundation servers. There's also a huge variety in the actual extension themselves and their requirements. For example, Blue Spice has a whole series of extensions that all work together and are based on the Blue Spice Foundation extension. I haven't worked with any of those. Before I joined WikiTech, I'd never worked on Semantic MediaWiki because it's not deployed on the Foundation servers. Come across it. We can now quantify, I discussed earlier today, using version compare, you can actually see, oh, here are how different these two sites are. They have 50 extensions each, but only 10 of them are in common. The other main way that sites can configure other skins, and well, Chameleon, that's not deployed on any foundation server. In fact, it's not even on Garrett. I had to go looking. It's somewhere on GitHub. But it's a very popular skin for our enterprise clients. And even if they're using a skin you're familiar with, custom site-wide CSS allows you to change virtually everything. So I'm going to show screenshots of, this is Wikipedia page that I'm used to. It sure has a, but you can see there's the main page, view source. This is what I was expecting. On the other hand, we have Wikizilla, which it says it's a wiki, but there are other softwares besides MediaWiki. So how do I know this is a MediaWiki site? Well, I poked around and it's our client, so it is. But anyone have a guess what skin this is?
Okay, I was just going to say heavily modified monobook.
Yes, it is monobook, and there are a couple things. The way the tabs are shown, the lack of like the vector user links at the top, we gave that away. But I haven't used monobook much because where I spend the most time. So I had to go look in the HTML of the page. What is the class? And it's skin monobook. So this is just development. We have a lot of different clients. They have a lot of different demands. They have a lot of different goals. And you have to support all of these very different environments. But enterprise wiki is essentially anything the client wants, even if that's not software, even if it's asking questions. It's help with Wikimedia. It's help with MediaWiki. I'm going to make that mistake a lot. It's help with MediaWiki. It's the kind of things that on the Wikimedia servers would be covered at the English Wikipedia Tea House or MediaWiki.org documentation pages or discussion pages. And it wouldn't make it to Fabricator, the bug tracker, until you get to, here is the specific feature request that doesn't exist, or here's the extension we want. One can ask, how can I watch changes made to a category? If there's a category on the English Wikipedia, there's stubs that are short articles. I want to see every time an article is added to that or removed from that. Every time someone expands the article or every time someone writes a very new one. You can't do this very well with core MediaWiki. We came across, so I spent a couple hours researching this. I found that once you look at that category, you can go to the linked recent changes, and that'll show changes to pages that are now linked to the category, i.e. part of the category, or were linked, i.e. have been removed. But that's not part of the watch list. And if you're watching for category changes on your watch list, you'll see, is this page I'm watching added to a new category or removed from a category? Have a new moved. The category changes are based on which you're watching, not the categories you're watching. On the other hand, we found there's an extension on MediaWiki.org, Category Watch, which appeared to be exactly what we were looking for, watching changes to a category. So we replied to the client, here's the best you can do with core, and if you'd like us to install this extension, we can because it looks like it would fit your needs. Another question we got is, this I still don't think you can do in core because it presents a security vulnerability. You're including HTML from some other site. So we went and we said, you can use the widgets extension. There are a couple others, but we recommended widgets, which allow you to define your own HTML similar to templates and then just embed that. We said, here's how you do it. And let's give you a tutorial so that you can add your own widgets in the future to embed other resources. You asked for just this one, but you want to be able to replicate that change yourself. So this is another aspect of Enterprise MediaWiki. It's not just the software, it's also helping with on-wiki changes and helping answer questions that wouldn't get to Fabricator or wouldn't get to Fabricator until much later. So what have I learned from this? Don't get me wrong, I love my job. I really enjoy my time at WikiTech, but it's not exactly what I was expecting because I didn't understand the scope of all of Enterprise MediaWiki. I understood how the foundation uses it, But enterprise includes hosting like the foundation, it includes development like the foundation, and development very much unlike the foundation. So essentially, enterprise MediaWiki that's related to MediaWiki, if that makes sense. Any questions? Any on Hopin or YouTube?
They're on a little bit of a delay, but nothing yet.
When did you start using Wikipedia?
So I edit anonymously, so it's very hard to look at what was my first edit.
When did you start reading Wikipedia?
Oh, reading Wikipedia? Probably elementary school.
Which year?
I don't know.
Was it before 3rd grade?
I don't know.
Okay, if it was before 3rd grade, you would have seen monobook, but it used to be the default.
Until 2010.
Yeah.
Okay, I was 8 years old in 2010, so even if I was reading it, I likely won't have remembered that. I don't know. I can.
Yeah, it was from a while ago.
Yes, and I'm sure the different from the monobook today.
No, it does not.
Really?
And the optional mobile responsive view, right?
Slightly different. So it's been on KTL.
Okay, well, I didn't know that it hadn't changed because I didn't know what it used to look like.
No, you can't improve on perfection.
But that's why everyone here stated like, oh yeah, it's just monobook.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you seen anything in Enterprise MediaWiki that you think should be adopted in the Wikimedia Foundation usage?
So I've seen a couple extensions that we've developed privately that might be nice to be public and reused. I'm not going to go into much detail on those because they're currently private. But other than that, I don't. Not really. I've seen compared to there was a bot and a script that I think Lads Group wrote that just says, okay, here are all the steps you need. And once you pick a shard, it'll make the patch for you. And it'll say, okay, now go to this message page to see if it's been deployed because you need the localized name for the search results. Then it'll say, okay, here is the initial creation patch. And here are the commands to run in the terminal. So they seem to have it figured out. They've been doing this, I think, a lot longer than WikiTech. And Enterprise MediaWiki in general, I think, came after the MediaWiki software, I would assume. But the only thing I can think that might be helpful is some of the extensions we've written.
They couldn't hear the question.
Oh, sorry. The question was, is there anything I've seen in Enterprise MediaWiki that I think might be helpful or useful if the foundation and the Wikimedia Foundation also adopted or used on Wiki? Yes?
What are your thoughts on like Chameleon not being available on media source control?
So the question was my thoughts on the Chameleon skin not being available in Wikimedia source control. And give me a second. So one of the things I don't like about Garrett is the fairly high entry bar to understand things that can't be done in the web interface, like rebasing a patch with a merge conflict. But that's the same in GitHub. So the difference between Chameleon is on GitHub, and if you can, anything that you can learn to do quickly in GitHub, I think you can learn quickly in Garrett and vice versa. Anything that is hard to do, i.e. that requires knowing the terminal, is hard to do in both. So the advantage I would see to it being on GitHub is people that are familiar with GitHub, because before MediaWiki, I had never seen Garrett. I know the foundation uses it. I think Google uses it, but I just hadn't come across it. So I was more familiar with the GitHub interface. That being said, I don't know how well with like on running tests on Chameleon changes, and I'm almost positive that it is much harder, if not impossible, to run core tests against Chameleon to make sure Chameleon isn't broken on core changes. The foundation infrastructure is really interesting. That's where I learned about Docker. And like, side note, the fact that all of this is open source means I can just go and read PHP code that has been tested and ensured that works and has been running. And I can see, here's how you do ABC. There's PHP and Java, but there's also Docker files and Java, and I've seen Python code on Garrett, and PHP extensions are written in C. So I've seen some of the C code. And so it's just great that it's all open source. But the continuous integration setup can test like, hey, we're going to make a copy of core with this change, and we're going to make a copy of vector and monobook and a couple other skins. And then we'll run all the tests for those skins in addition to core, make sure it hasn't broken anything. So that is the biggest disadvantage I would see for skins and extensions that aren't on Garrett. It's a lot harder to integrate that with existing continuous integration software. Was that anyone else? I guess not.
Okay, home stretch. We have one more talk, and it's not exactly a remote talk because it's pre-recorded. How do I stop sharing this? So we're gonna set it up now. Oh, yeah, okay. Sure, yeah. So we need to unplug this and go into the other laptop. How do we do it? This is.
I think you're gonna present on that, and then Cindy's just gonna play music.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so oh man, and now I have to find
the file and start playing it, and then share your tab and hide your video. You can probably turn off video on Hopin now.
Oh, okay. There's one more question, Daniel. Okay, yeah. All right, that's a good, interesting question. All right. Okay, let me stop the video and stop the
of page properties, an extension for MediaWiki and Semantic MediaWiki.
Hi everyone at home. We're having